Delegate Gay motions to adopt the agenda. Do you have a second? Delegate Azar seconds the motion. Colleagues, do you have any amendments this morning to the agenda? Vice Chair Slater?
Thank you. I'd like to add here 5B, giving report from Change Labs on their activities. Update for committee. And then add in a new 8, which would be receiving reports. And would be for the annual. Budget negotiation, with the oversight committee chairs, and renewal legislation.
Executive branch is not ready. Legislative branch is ready today.
Our division of public safety might be ready, but we don't have our safety yet, so it's not like we just legislative.
We can just do legislative. Let's just do legislative now, and when DP or Department of Safety gets into that, it's fine. Okay, Vice Chair Slater motions to add new item 5G and also a new 8 in the comprehensive budget discussion. Item 8 is going to be the resolution number NAABIAU 2223, the legislative branch comprehensive budget proposal to the Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any other additions to your amendment? Do you all want to add anything else to the? So Vice Chair Slater's motion is to add a new report.
You're on the bottom. Checking back, you explain a little bit more. What is he trying to do to move thinking the number 7?
He's trying to add a report under receiving report. He's trying to add a new report, an additional report.
Other than what we got.
Yes.
So it'd be 5B,
Yes,
and that's gonna be.
it's going to be from Change Labs. Yeah, I guess.
Then the Nazi resolution, that's how we're gonna continue the.
And then after the new business legislation, he added a new 8 and then put now be resolution for legislative branch after that. And then Norman wants, he doesn't want change lots up here, he wants to add things.
Oh, I don't know.
So he has a motion, but if you all want to,
Do the legislation first and then. Your mom.
you want to ask Vice Chair Slater to modify the motion
Yeah.
to put change lots in.
Well.
Vice Chair Slater.
What is sure, he's under here already. Yeah, do you want to, just get rid of their report and have it as a part of the discussion? It's the same thing. Yeah.
We can get rid of the report from KPMG and then the report can be a part of the legislation.
Yeah. You're kind of just discussing twice. Okay, I'm gonna revise my motion. I'd like to make 7 new business. Legislation to go 723, the first item on the agenda after review and adopt the journals. Then after that, we go to receive reports. The first report, we're deleting the KPMG audit report and instead moving and then adding change labs, and then after change labs, we'll add in the Navi resolution 22-23.
Okay, so just Delegate Azar, the motion is to move new business after number 4. So after we review and adopt, so we're on review and adopt the agenda, we're gonna go to review and adopt the journal, and then after that, we're going to go to legislation 20723. After we do the legislation, we're gonna go receiving report, and that's change labs, and then we're gonna go old business, we have none, and then we're going to go into the comprehensive budget discussion, which is the legislative branch. Not the resolution. This is the motion on the floor. Do you have a second?
Second.
Delegate Azar seconds the motion. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none. Delegate Gay, how do you vote? How do you vote? It's not the Republic.
Sure. Roll call vote for the amendment. Moderator. Thank you, Moderator Green. Honorable Norman Gay, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Norman Gay votes green. Honorable Paul Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Slater votes green. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Amber Cotty, how do you vote?
Are we voting on the agenda?
Yes, I vote green.
We're voting on amendment 1.
Oh, I'm sorry, we're voting on the written one. Is to what?
So the motion on the floor, Chair, or Vice Chair Slater, motion is to put new business, which is the legislation, to after adopting the journals. And after adopting the journals, it goes to old business, after old business receiving, and then it goes to receiving reports. Receiving reports, the motion is to delete the audit presentation report and then add change labs. And then after we get through that portion of the agenda, and then to add the legislative branch, not be resolution to the comprehensive budget discussion to the agenda.
And why are we adding change log?
They're supposed to be on the last one, and then they can, when they get, so it was, and then asked to present to you. But they want to give it to the committee of their activities.
What activities?
Well, I think I'm gonna hear those activities, but
Okay.
blending,
I'm just saying, does it for change in audit?
no, that's.
Oh. I'll vote green. Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative. 1 member not voting, 0 opposed. I'm not gonna walk behind your back.
Thank you, nothing,
I didn't bring my knife.
with that, amendment 1 does.
Oh, yeah.
We are going to go back to the main motion, so we do have amendment 1 on the floor. Do we have any further discussion or comments or amendments to the agenda this morning? Any more? Any more amendments today? The not resolution is the only one that's ready right now. Okay, hearing no more comments. How about reading this? We need to have them. More, for the revisit resolutions, the documents won't be filed. Okay. Any other, more questions? On the agenda, Nathan Malphite, can you read, do a second read on the agenda?
Okay, we're. The agenda where. 5 is new business, which is 027-3, and then 6 receiving reports is going to be first. Growing future negative change negative with change lab. And then B is resolution number NABI AU -22-23, which is the resolution for the. So then, those are the changes that we made.
Thank you, Ms. Mackay. Second reading of the, agenda. Ms. Nelson, can you give a roll call vote on today's agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll vote on the agenda. Mara Surratt, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Mara Surratt, votes green. Honorable Norman McGay, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Norman McGay, votes green. Honorable Paul Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Slater, votes green. Honorable Anderson Nisbet Carter, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Anderson Nisbet Carter, votes green. Honorable Seth Damon. Madam Chair, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, they're opposing, none are not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Thank you, committee members, for taking action on today's agenda. With that, we're going to item number 4, which is review and adopt the journals. We have none. We're going to be item 5, which is new business legislation number 20723. And I am sponsoring, so. Next chair Slater, who else? Go over. Okay.
Big members. The journals were on 5 business legislation 20723 and action with the finance committees and having council. Accepting the audit report provided by KPMG LLP regarding the nation's financial statement for fiscal year 2022. The legislation at the record, the motion. Motion. Zoe Crotty, second, Logan Asbury. Members presentation discussion. Okay. I just ready to. Chair Parrish, you're recommended to start your presentation.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater, and good morning to our committee members on the Budget and Finance Committee. I am here joined with Mr. John Kennedy. Also, we have Mr. Benal. Okay, I wrote the pronunciation down. And also we are here with Mr. Mendoza, who are assisting me with today's presentation. And we are here to present the Budget and Finance Committee the audit for this past year. So I'm also going to give some time over to Mr. John Kennedy, who will review the presentation, and committee members, when and if there is enough time to go into executive session, then I just ask for your guidance on that, Vice Chair. And we'll also take the time to listen to the presentation from Mr. John Kennedy. So turn the time over to Mr. Kennedy. Thank you.
Great. No, thank you. I guess I did want to confirm, is Controller McCabe on the phone, or is he joined us? He was going to call in.
Sorry, I apologize. We also have Mr. Robert Willie and Mr. McCabe. Are you on the call?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
There he is. Okay,
Great,
I was in the
okay.
wrong thing. Okay.
Thank you.
Morning.
Mr. Kennedy.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we're going to project the presentation as well, but we have 2 documents for you today. We have a presentation for a walkthrough. And we also have copies of the financial statements. We'll be bringing copies of the financial statements to the NAVI and to the council presentation on Thursday and Friday. And we'll bring a sort of summarized version of the presentation as well. So we're going to walk through the presentation. Please ask any questions you might have for us collectively. As John Bonnell was the manager on the engagement, and Ever Mendoza was the senior. So the 3 of us were your core team, but we had probably 15 to 20 people overall through the course of the audit working on it, and that includes both elements of the audit. So it really is a fairly substantial group of individual auditors as part of the process. So with that, I'm going to go to slide 2, just a couple highlights, but we obviously want to make sure we're, first of all, exceedingly pleased to be here working with you. And really delighted to be your auditor. So we want to make sure that we're doing a good job for you. If there's anything specific that you have questions on, things you want to talk about with us, please feel free to reach out to us either offline or during the presentation day. with entertaining questions. A couple things. We did implement some new technology this year when we have a tool we use to share data with your team. We think that was very effective. We also want to make sure we mention that we actually come on site almost every week during the audit. So while we certainly could do it remotely, we really prefer to be in person. So we come on site on a regular basis to make sure we're here. We can interact with your staff. They can ask us questions. We just find it a much more effective way to conduct the audit process. In terms of productivity, I did want to mention, we're going to, at the end of the presentation, we use Power BI for some of our own internal purposes, for the purpose of data, analyzing data, looking at data. And since the committee's new this year, except with the deference to Ms. Crotty, who's obviously has been on the committee before, we thought it might be helpful to walk through some of the historical information. It kind of gives you a visual presentation of your financial results, and we can talk more about that when we get there. And all of us are part of our state and local government audit team. So we're certainly, this is our industry practice. On the next page, we really do two separate audits. We do a financial statement audit. So you'll see FSA throughout this document. That's the financial statement audit. And that's what we're presenting today. That's the financial statements that we'll be presenting also when we come to the committee or to Nabi and council next week. The single audit, which is SA, just on one slide, that is the audit of your audit of your compliance with your grant documents. So if you get various grants, you get grants from Health and Human Services, transportation, you have ARPA money. We do specific procedures over your compliance with those particular grant documents, make sure you're spending money in accordance with the terms, you have controls in place, et cetera. And so that piece is not quite ready for presentation yet, so we won't be presenting that today, but it is something we can come back and present to you in the future. Since you obviously are spending quite a bit of grant money right now, there's a lot of activity in the single audit area. So that could be a follow-up presentation. With that, I think I'm going to skip to the next slide. So we do have required communications that we need to communicate to this committee. That's really one of the main requirements of this particular presentation, as well as just walking through the results of the audit. So we'll walk through those required communications, and this slide summarizes those required communications. So if there's an X, it's a required communication, but we didn't have anything specific we need to tell you today, so we haven't. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. So we're on slide 5. So we didn't have anything specific to tell you today. To the extent that we have some specific matters we want to cover with you, for instance, uncorrected audit misstatements. We'll cover that on slide 7 and 8. If there were uncorrected audit misstatements, we'll talk about those on slide 9. And so walk through these various matters with you as part of the presentation, and John Bonnell will be actually covering those particular items. But you can see as we go through, these are the required communications, and those that need to be specifically discussed today, we'll go over. One thing I wanted to point out on the far right-hand side, down to the bottom, is if we had disagreements with management in connection with the audit, so we're asking you for information, you don't provide it, we have a disagreement in terms of certain accounting, we'd communicate those matters to you, and we didn't have anything like that, so there's an X there, but I wanted to make sure we specifically highlighted that. We had what we think is a very smooth audit process. Your team was quite helpful and cooperative. Obviously, the controller switched in the middle of the audit process. So Elizabeth Begay, Controller Begay for the first part, and then Controller McCabe here at the end, but both were very helpful. And obviously, Rob Lilly and his team, Vidal, and others were also very helpful throughout the process. So really no issues in terms of our interactions with your team. A couple of things we specifically are required to communicate and mention is, as part of the audit process, we do design an audit to address material instances of fraud. It wouldn't be all fraud, but material instances. And so we do specific tests. We interview certain individuals throughout the organization. Nothing came to our attention that needs to be communicated to you relative to those processes. But if it did, we would share that with the committee. Written communications are identified here. At the very back of the document, we do have some required inquiries that we make in connection with our audit. And it's really just there for your reference.
Moving on to slide 7, I'm going to walk through the audit adjustments that were identified this year. And before I jump in, I do want to pause for a moment and just kind of highlight there are 2 types of audit adjustments that are found during the audit. There are those that we consider uncorrected, which are not recorded in these financial statements that you have. And then we have corrected misstatements, which have been recorded in the financial statements. One of the things we look at as we're going through as your auditors is we look at the uncorrected ones, so the ones that are not included in here, to make sure that individually And in the aggregate, they are not material to the overall financial statements. So I do want to kind of call that attention to you. So on slide 7, we've highlighted here the uncorrected misstatements as they apply to the governmental activities. So because we are issuing an opinion on multiple funds, and John will actually go through the opinion units after this section. We're only focusing in on the governmental activities here. On the next slide, I will actually speak specifically to just the general fund. So apologies, I kind of wanted to give that context before I dove into it. So on the uncorrected misstatements here within the governmental activities, you'll see that we have a number of items. What I'm going to do is before I walk through those, I do just want to point at the very bottom. So you'll see here, uncorrected misstatements, while they do look monetarily high at $27 million, they are not material to your governmental activities. They actually represent less than 5% of those financial statement amounts. So as we go through there, it's kind of important to kind of make sure that we're kind of focusing in on that bottom line, that they're not going to be material to the governmental activities financials. So the first adjustment here, and actually if I go through all of these, there's going to be a kind of common thread throughout these, and we'll talk about that. So on the first adjustment, you'll see that it's for $10.2 million. What that relates to are items that were identified by management in an adjusting entry associated with community and rural expenses that were not properly capitalized. While management had identified the adjustment, they failed to record the adjustment. It just slipped through the control process and was missed. Going through the audit process, we identified the missing adjustment. So that was rolled forward, brought forward as an uncorrected misstatement. What that did is it impacted multiple funds. It affected the grant fund, the general fund, the perm fund, and your non-major funds. Within those 4 funds, though, it was a reclassification. It reclassified the expenses from community and rural into your capital outlay. So it was really just a change on your income statement. Just giving it a reclassification. It didn't impact the bottom line. However, on the governmental wide financials, which is where I'm focused here, it did result in an understatement of your property, plant, and equipment of the $10 million and an overstatement of the expenses. Moving on to the next adjusting entry. Again, these are also items that were not properly capitalized, this time specifically within the grant fund, also associated with community and rural development. As we were going through our test work, we had discovered that while management had gone through and done an analysis to look for items that should be capitalized, we had sampled expenses within the supply account that should have been capitalized that were not. And the reason that that wasn't identified was the supplies were not included in management's review. So that's where that adjustment came from. Again, very similar to that first adjustment. Within the grant fund, it's just a reclassification within some expense accounts. So it doesn't impact the bottom line. But very similar to what we talked about on the first adjustment, it does result in an understatement of property, plant, and equipment within your entity-wide financials and an overstatement of expenses. The third entry, again, also associated with items that were not properly capitalized. For the $6.7 million, management had identified as part of their search for unrecorded liabilities. So that is going through looking at disbursements after year end to see what should be accrued for. Management had identified these as properly needing to be accrued for in your fiscal year 22 financials, but recorded it at the fund level. So really at the grant fund, excuse me, but did not record the adjustment in the entity-wide financials. So again, very similar to the last two, is an understatement of PP&E and an overstatement of expenditures within the grant fund. The next uncorrected misstatement for $5.2 million. This actually relates to, again, items that should have been capitalized that were not. These items were actually identified by KPMG as part of our audit procedures. And then the last two items, I'm going to cover these a little bit quicker. Most entities will have what we refer to as non-GAAP policies. So their GAAP says that you're supposed to follow the rules. Many entities, almost all entities, I would say, have certain policies where they don't apply the GAAP because it's just not material to financial statements. And that's what these two are. We bring these forward because while we'd agree, they're not material, they're above what we call our posting threshold. So we are required to put them up on a past listing and report it.
As a gap is generally accepted accounting principles.
So on the first one for 500,000, what this relates to is lease revenue that is coming in. It's recorded upon receipts as opposed to being amortized over the life of the lease. And you can see here the impact to the financial statements for 2022 is $550,000. So consistent with management's policy, it's immaterial, but above our posting thresholds. And then the second item for $1.2 million is when management is going through and doing their search for items that should be accrued for at the end of the year. Again, there is a significant volume of activity any point in the year. So even at the end of the year, when you're trying to close financials, management will go through and look at that activity only above $15,000. Anything below 15, they just report it as it's coming in. Again, it's convenience, but it would not be in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So we do go through and estimate. So this is actually just an estimate of what we think the impact is. So as you can tell here, again, not very large when you consider the government-wide financials overall. Moving on to slide 8. So these are the adjusting entries that only impacted the general fund. And what you'll see here is it's only the 2 non-GAAP policies. If you recall, when I was going through the first 4 adjustments on the prior page, within the general fund, all the adjustments were just a reclassification between 2 financial statement line items on the income statement. So there was no bottom line impact. So for that reason, those don't actually reflect here in the general fund's past adjustments. And again, here you'll also note that at the very bottom, these past adjustments on the general fund only had a 3.5% impact. Are there any questions on any of the items on correcting the statements before I get to the corrected?
Committee members, do you want to do questions? There is a lot of detail, or do you want to have the whole presentation and we'll go back to questions? Don't have to keep going.
Mr. Vice Chair,
Who is that?
this is Sean, the controller.
Chair, do you want Sean to speak?
Committee members have any questions first? Okay, after questions. Okay, Mr. McPherson.
Controller,
Yes.
what would you like to share?
Good morning, committee members. Thank you, Vice Chair Slater, Chair Pro Tem, and thank you, Madam Chair, as the sponsor. Thank you, KPMG, and Mr. Willie, thank you for being there in my place. I just want to comment so far on the past adjustments and some of the non-GAAP issues that KPMG has identified. It needs to be set. I guess first off, can we get an idea, KPMG? I know you guys calculate this by opinion unit or even fund at some level, but what is the materiality roughly for those past adjustments?
I mean, what is our materiality in the funds where they're impacting?
Right, like why are these passed and not actually recorded? Like what's the level that you guys are assessing that at?
Right, maybe I'll, yeah, is there a way to talk that, turn that up a little bit? Sorry, Mr. McCabe, it's a little deep in here. We're trying to get it louder.
Oh, okay.
Can you say something, Sean?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay, hold on, go shot. Okay, so you try that again?
No, I was just wondering if you could give us the committee and even me, because I don't know if I even know this at this point, but what is the materiality level in general
from a number standpoint, that you guys judge what's passed and is actually recorded. And I know you guys do it by fund, but I guess in general for the ones that you guys talked about, the capitalization, et cetera.
Well, I can't quite remember it off the top of my head, Sean, but it's, let's say several multiples of the numbers that we're talking about here.
Okay. So we're talking upwards of in millions, right?
Yeah, it's in the millions. So it's definitely in the millions. It's, I think for the general fund, less than 10 million, but it's certainly above the 1.7 million we're talking about here.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I just wanted to mention to the committee that when we're analyzing these financial statements, they give us an opinion in what they call all material respects. So what that means is the financials aren't perfect, but they're within a material, they're materially correct, meaning a reasonable person wouldn't be misled by what's being presented. And it's important that when you guys are looking at these numbers and these differences, et cetera, that you understand that what's material to the auditor is around 10 million, if not higher than that. What that means is, they won't adjust the financials for anything less than that materiality amount or anything that aggregates to over that amount. So I want to give the committee an idea that what's material to us, which could be $100 here and there, is not material to the auditors, because their materiality is upwards of 10 million in the general fund, as John stated, and it does vary by fund. I'd also like to point out that the capitalization issues only affect the government-wide financials. What they're doing is they're searching for items that should be capitalized in expenditures, and the committee should be aware that in governmental accounting, capital expenditures are actually both capitalized and expended on the financials. In the fund financials, they're actually expended. So you'll see a capital outlay expenditure line, which should coincide with the additions to the property asset line in the government-wide or tribal-wide. So when he says there's no effect to the bottom line, really we expensed it properly. We didn't expense, or we recorded the expenditure on the fund statements, but we didn't record it in the capital outlay line. What we failed to do is we didn't capitalize it for the government-wide financials, meaning we didn't count it as an asset on the government-wide side. I hope that actually helps, if it maybe actually confused, but just to put things in perspective with what's been reported so far. And thank you to John and both Johns actually for being there to report this. And I'd also just like to point out that a lot of these items that they're talking about, and maybe they could expand on it a little bit when they get a chance, but some of these things where we're fair are involved, those could also lead to compliance issues, which I think we did have with equipment and property management. So I think the message is it's real important that the OOC side of the shop take measures to make sure that we're accounting for capitalizing and recording all of our capital additions for the year. And really those are mostly process changes that we need to make to ensure that all that gets properly done. So thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. Those are the comments I wanted to make at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And you can return to the presentation.
Okay, sounds good. And I do want to just, I guess, because I think Sean made an excellent point, of Controller McCabe, is, it is materiality. We do calculate materiality in connection with the audit. So we're trying to evaluate, once again, what a user, the financial, if you said you had 240 million of expenses, would a user think differently if you had $241 million of expenses? To a user of your financials, that may not be a big difference. We understand internally that is a big difference. And as Controller McCabe pointed out as well, you are required to safeguard equipment that's purchased with federal funds. And if you don't do that, that would be a compliance issue. We did see some of those this year. And so that's some we identified here. You're in the process of cleaning up, and they'll be adjusted for next year.
Moving on to slide 9. So I'm going to walk through the 3 corrected misstatements that were identified throughout the audit process. So on the first item, this one impacted both your grant fund and your general fund. So within the grant fund, give a little bit of context, there was a large amount of ARPA funds that had been received, over $2 billion in ARPA funds. ARPA allowed for those funds to be invested while you held the funds in the process of spending those funds. Those funds were invested in accordance with the ARPA grant agreement. However, because of the overall economy and the macro market, the markets did come down in 2022. As a result, there were unrealized losses on those investments. And I want to be very clear here. Those aren't realized, meaning they're not losses that you have incurred. They're just paper losses on the financials because the expectation of those are going to be held. And in fact, they probably have already recovered because the overall markets and the economy have recovered from where they were at September of 2022. So what ended up happening is the federal government had provided, I'm going to use some round numbers here, $2 billion of upfront cash for ARPA. Those monies were invested. There was an unrealized loss. However, the nation still owes $2 billion in services. So those losses were initially recorded as part of the grant fund, and they should have been reported by the general fund because the general fund is ultimately responsible for helping the grant fund make up that difference in the losses. Again, this is all on paper. It's going to reverse once the market has recovered. So what we have done here with the burst adjustment, so it was a $25 million unrealized loss that was initially recorded in the grant fund. And because the grant fund, the revenues and the expenditures must equal one another, that's why you'll see a reduction of revenue because there was the loss was an expense, so there was also a corresponding revenue recorded. That's unwound, and that unrealized loss was passed over to the general fund. On the second entry, this was related to a settlement agreement that was entered into by the nation, a benefit to the nation. It was a settlement that the nation was receiving. They received cash proceeds as part of the settlement. They also, as part of the settlement agreement, $10 million was placed into a trust for the benefit of the Navajo Nation. That $10 million that was placed into a trust was not recorded as revenue. So that's what this entry is here, is to record the cash, a restricted cash balance, and the revenue associated with that $10 million settlement. And I should clarify, that $10 million was part of a settlement, so it was more than $10 million overall. And then the last entry here is associated with, as part of the grant fund, a award. And a portion of it was put into prepaids because it was essentially a prepaid to that contractor until they provided the services. Moving on to slide 10 and 11, I'm going to talk at these as very high level because all of these are resulting from the adjusting journal entries we just talked through. So I don't want to, if I went through in detail, I'd just be repeating what we've already gone through. So, but if there's any questions, please don't hesitate to let me know. So on page 10, as we went through the audit process, 2 of the adjustments we determined to be material weaknesses. The first one is related to the first entry that we talked about on the corrected audit statements, related to the unrealized loss that was incorrectly recorded in the grant fund and had to be transferred over to the general fund. The second one, the material weakness, is the recognition of the settlement revenues that I mentioned, the $10 million on the previous page. Moving on to slide 11, these other deficiencies are a lower level. I probably should have given you a little bit of perspective. When we report deficiencies in accordance with the auditing standards, there's really 3 levels of deficiencies. There is the lowest level, which is typically reported to management. Errors found, not significantly material. Opportunities for improvement is a way of looking at it. The next layer above a deficiency is considered a significant deficiency. Those are items that are most likely not going to result in a material error, but would require us to report to those charged with governance, for example, this committee. And then the last one, the highest level of deficiency is material weakness, which can, and in the case of the items that we found, did result in material adjustments that had to be reported. But these items on page 11 are the very lowest level. So we did identify during our census test work, there were some personnel records in the sample out of 15. We found 2 where the personnel records didn't agree on some birth dates by 1 and 2 years with the census data that was used by the actuary. The actuary used the correct information, but it didn't agree to the PAS. Capital expenditures were not properly capitalized. These are going back to the very first 4 that we walked through. And then lastly on here is the grant expenditures. The last one I talked about, the corrected misstatement, which was the grantor, or excuse me, the contractor that was awarded monies and had not fully spent those by the end of the year. So with that, I will turn it back over to John to go through the financial statement, or excuse me, the auditor's report.
Sure, that's okay. So anyway, governmental finance statements are a little confusing in that when we audit them, we actually audit 7 different things and we give 7 different audit opinions. And those 7 different audit opinions are identified there. And so when we audit, we can give an unmodified opinion, which is called a clean audit opinion. We give a qualified audit opinion, which indicates there's some differences between your financial statements and generally accepted accounting principles, or an adverse opinion is another opinion. And that's where you've just simply materially not complied with generally accepted accounting principles. And so we have, as you can see, of those 7 items we audited, 3 qualified opinions, 1 adverse opinion, and 3 unmodified opinions. And so it's very accounting-ish, but I wanted to explain why we have the qualified opinions first, if I could. There's 2 different pieces of accounting literature that you have not adopted. And one of those is for leases. And so, and I may give Controller McCabe a chance to talk about that one specifically, but it was required to be adopted this year. And so if you lease equipment, heavy equipment, land, there's different accounting requirements for that were new this year. It's a very challenging piece of literature to adopt, and your team was working on it, but they didn't finish the adoption for this year that we audited. So because of that, we've identified that results in a qualified opinion on the governmental activities, business type activities, and the general fund. So once you adopt that standard, it will at least resolve that for the general fund and the business type activities. Another piece of literature, and it really goes hand in hand with this adverse opinion, relates to your component. You have enterprises, NEA, NAPI, NACE, NECA. You're required to actually include the results of their financial activities in your financial statements in a couple different ways. You've chosen not to do that. And so because you've chosen not to do that, it results in the a qualified opinion on the governmental activities, and it results in that adverse opinion on the aggregate discretely presented component units. Now, many tribal governments do not include their component units in these financial statements because these might get out, and they kind of want to make sure they kind of keep certain information back, if you will, and so they don't want to present it publicly. So sometimes that's normal. And something you've done for over 20 years when you've not presented those component units. So this is not new, but it does result in an adverse audit opinion on a group of what would be a separate column of information that you're not including. And so it's technical, and I don't want to probably, I guess, belabor it more than that, other than to say that it's something that you're addressing, certainly relative to the leases. And I may pause there, Controller McCabe, if you want to add anything to that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kennedy, members of the committee. So couple of things I'd like to speak about on this. So we got a qualified opinion in the funds that John mentioned. primarily because of the two more or less new GASB requirements, one being 87, which is the lease, and also the component unit equity. I want to talk about that one first. John and I talked about this the other day, and we both agreed that the mechanism to record this and alleviate this issue to get into more of a clean opinion area is actually quite easy. I spoke to him, and essentially all we need to do is take the net assets of each of the component units, which at this time is the enterprises, and record them as equity in our financials. We currently don't do that, and it's actually pretty easy to do as far as accounting goes. The problem, and where I'd like to have BNF help us with, is we don't receive audited financials from the enterprises in a timely manner. John and I both agreed that it might be from a materiality standpoint, we may put some pressure on the larger enterprises to get us those financials quicker, so that we can make this entry and make this one issue go away. The smaller enterprises, and John and I can discuss what the materiality levels of those are. We may not need as soon as the others, but we'll get that to the committee and would like your help to help us get the financials from the component units that are material on a more timely basis, so we can make the entries to record the component unit equity piece. The other issue is the GASB 87. So keep in mind, these financials are almost a year old now. So they are as of last September. So this is these are things that the current team inherited, including myself. However, that being said, the GASB 87 issue is something that needs to start really with a policy that we need to put together, really setting the, and we'll need to work with John Kennedy on this and his team, but really setting the materiality of these leases that we will, as a policy, record per GASB 87. We did procure a software. I think that was going on before I got here, but I think we finalized that, or we analyzed the proposals this spring, just so that the committee is very aware. This will be a finding again this year, because I mean, we're 41 days from year end, and this still hasn't been implemented. So my team needs to work with DOJ on formulating, and with, I would like KPMG's input on this as far as materiality, but implementing the lease policy, the accounting policy, where we set what we're counting as leases, so that that can also be included in the notes of the financials, but then implement the software that we procured. And speaking with John, and I don't want to get to any conclusions at this point, but him and I both agree that, you know, if depending on how we implement it, you know, if we start counting every home site lease and every lease, business site lease, and other things, this is a project that'll take a long time. And so John and I both talked earlier this year about, let's figure out a way to disclose it properly in the financials, but also in a way that we do comply with GASB 87 from a materiality standpoint, so that we're recording what we need to properly, and without being overbearing as far as all the leases that may be immaterial. So just to update the committee, we're working on the GASB 87 piece. It will be a material finding again in 2023, because we have yet to implement it. We only have a month left in the fiscal year. And then just asking for the committee's help to get at least the material component unit financial statements to us timely this year, so we can record that component unit equity calculation and the recordation on the financials. Thank you.
Yes, let's go ahead and start.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry, thank you. So thank you, Controller McCabe, and I agree with everything that Sean just said in terms of GASB 90 and GASB 87. So GASB 90 in particular, I think is just a matter of getting the information. So we just want to talk about a significant accounting estimate. You do have a pension plan, and this is what we thought is your one significant estimate is you essentially based on the estimate owe $1.2 billion of benefits to your employees when they retire. This is, in terms of payments and whatnot, and salary payments. And so retirement benefits. And there's a couple of things that they use a third-party actuary to help you estimate those benefits. And those are, things such as expected rate of return on plan assets, because you're funding it, discount rates, salary increases, retirement rates. And so you have a number of estimates that you need to go through. And so we work with your third-party actuary to evaluate what they've done and just make sure that it seems appropriate. And it seemed appropriate. So anyway, we did want to talk to you. We're going to skip around the presentation for a second. We go to slide 27 for just a moment. We're going to bring it up here. We thought it's easier. So your pension plan, once again, you have a pension plan. You offer to pay your employees a percentage of their salary for life once they retire from an amalgamation. As each year as an employee works, they earn some of that benefit. What we've got here is sort of a summary of what that might look like, or what it does look like right now. So right now, as of today, 2022, the far right-hand column in that top line, you have, based on your actuary's estimates, you have committed to pay your employees $1.2 billion in retirement benefits when they retire from an amalgamation, based on what they've earned as of today. The next line down, because you're funding that liability, shows you how much you've set aside in way of assets to pay that $1.2 billion liability, which is about $1 billion. So in net, as I'm looking at that right-hand column there, you're $177 million underfunded right now on your pension liability. So you funded 85% of that liability. And you can see that the numbers, looking at 2020 and 2021, you were 92% funded in 2020, 105% funded in 2021. It came down this year because the market turned on you, and obviously it was a down year in the market. So you're underfunded right now. Down below that, we've tried to give you some perspective as to how does your funding level compare to the 50 states around the country, and how do they look? And so if you look at, I'm just going to start at the far right-hand column again, the 25th percentile means the worst funded state pension plans in the country. They're at 65% of the 25th percentile, and some can go down to only 40% funded. Remember, you're at 85% funded. So you put the assets aside, so way better than they have. At the top end, the very best funded are 88% funded, all the way up to some of them are 100% funded. And you're right in there about that 75th percentile. So you're basically compared to about the best 25% of all state and local governments or state governments around the country, be it Kentucky, New Mexico, whatever. And so, but in the last couple of years, you're actually even better than that. You're above the 75th percentile. So it looks like your loss in maybe market this year was a little more than some of the other plans. But by and large, I want to make sure your plan is relatively well funded compared to many of the governments around the country. So something to keep focused on, because you've committed to those benefits, but you want to make sure that you have a good investment strategy and you continue to fund the plan appropriately. And your actuaries help you to determine what you need to put into the plan each year.
And it's probably worth also highlighting is what shows up on your financial statements isn't that top line, it's the unfunded piece. So it's the 177 million. That's what shows up in the financial statements.
Thank you. So any questions on that? All right, then we'll go to the financial statement analysis. And so we've just got a couple slides, and this actually, we have this Power BI presentation that we use for our purposes covers some of this information. So I'm going to sort of move through this a little quicker, but we'll use this information we present to Abby and to council. But this is just a comparison of your general fund. And remember, I mentioned all those different opinion units. One of your opinions is the general funds, which is multiple funds consolidated into the general fund. This is just the general fund, though, which is where you typically work with your budgets and all your money. And so for the general fund, this shows that your revenue for the year, this one's top line. Last year, you had $24 million of oil and gas revenue. This year, it's 40, all related to improvements in pricing for the barrel, per barrel of oil. Mining went up this year because actually, surprisingly enough, the price of coal went up at the end of the year. So the price per ton went up. And so you look all the way down this, one thing that is here is there is a paper loss, fourth line down, I'm in the left-hand column, of 27 million, almost $28 million. Your investment portfolio declined this year. And we mentioned that it's paper loss. It's not expected to be a realized loss, but most of that is from the monies that you invested in the grant fund where you had a loss of 25 million. That gets reflected in the general fund, because if for some reason you have to cash in those investments tomorrow, the general fund would have to make up that loss. So that's why it's here in this fund. But if you hold those investments to maturity, there is no ultimate loss. But from an accounting perspective, there is. You've also got land and right-of-way revenue, $74 million. There's some other revenues. That's primarily your drought insurance. So that goes up and down. We'll see that more, the fluctuations in that we go to the Power BI tool. But in total, and then you transfer some monies over to the other funds out of the general fund. In the end, you had $190 million of revenue this year compared to $213 million of revenue last year. So it is a decrease, but it's almost all related to that paper loss on the investments. We did want to just give you some perspective on how your operations compare to the states that we are adjacent to. So the left-hand column shows the percentage of your general fund revenue that comes from oil and gas, mining, tax revenues, et cetera. And we compared that to New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. It's just for perspective because every one of these states maybe classify things a little bit differently. But for instance, you can see though that none of the other states show, at least on their financial statements, oil and gas revenue and mining. Now we know that New Mexico has oil and gas revenue. They include theirs in the land revenues line, which is down a bit. But Arizona and Utah don't have that revenue source. And the reason that matters is obviously, that revenue is a little more volatile, right? Because it fluctuates with the price of oil and the price of coal and other things in terms of mines opening and closing. So it's a little more volatile. You can see also they don't have the investment earnings loss that you have this year going down, but your tax revenues are fairly consistent with their revenues. Land revenues primarily results in right-of-way where you're leasing, people are running pipelines across your reservation or power lines and they're paying for that. You have some revenue for that, whereas the other states don't seem to be recording similar revenue for that. You have a settlement revenue down there at the bottom, which of course none of the other states had a settlement this year in terms of legal settlement. And you also have more transfers in because your PERM fund is providing a significant portion of your operating revenues, whereas the other governments are probably living on what they bring in day to day more so than you do. So anyway, it's just for perspective. And we'll cover this a little more so when we get to the Power BI presentation, but this is the general fund once again showing your expenses, and we've kind of stacked them up by type. So, if you look across from 2018 to 2022, that gray bar says how much did we spend in each of those years on personnel costs, and you can see that it's gone from $98.6 million in 2018 all the way over to about $92 million today. There was a dip there in 2020 related to the fact you transferred some of your personnel costs to the grant fund. So the CARES money paid for some personnel costs. Those came back in 2021 and 2022. The main reason for the drop in personnel costs this year is you had a bunch of retirement. You offered a retirement package, an early retirement plan. You had a number of employees take that. And because of that, you have less headcount, which is why there's a reduction in personnel costs. And then you can see there's other costs up and down the line, but the main one I wanted to focus on here was just personnel costs. But in total, costs for the year were about $262 million in the general fund. Last year is $253, and 2 years ago, there was only $181 because you transferred costs to the CARES Act monies.
So just the way your legend is, so it'll be personnel as the gray, and the next item will be travel.
Yes.
Okay, just because some of the colors look the same, but I appreciate it.
Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they go up in exact right order, but you're correct. So for this year, you spent $9.1 million on travel for 2022, which you can see is actually down to pre-pandemic where you were spending, on the far left, $12.4 million on travel costs back in 2018.
I wonder if that's because people are virtually calling it.
So I'm sorry. So the next slide. So this is just showing whether or not you spent more than you had in revenue, or your revenue exceeded your expenditures in the general fund. So the far left there the bars down, if you will. You spent more of that there than you brought in revenue. You can see all the other 4 years, you've actually had more revenue than you've spent in your expenditures in the general fund. Now, I should mention though, that in 2022, you show about an $18 million, let's say round number, revenues exceeding expenses, but you did have a $65 million settlement this year in that fund. So if you hadn't had that, it might have been a different measurement. This is just showing you your general fund balance. So it's, when you have essentially equity, if you will, in your fund, it does get allocated to different places. So for instance, the purple bar, although it's in the general fund, that money is allocated to different things and has to be spent in certain ways. So it's considered restricted. The next category down is where council set aside certain monies for certain specific activities, all the way down. And the bottom line bar is unassigned, which basically means although you have internally identified uses for that money, it is, from an accounting perspective, considered to be available to be spent. But it's once again been identified already internally for purposes. But it just gives you some perspective. But it's increased this year quite a bit. Because once again, you've had additional funds come into the general fund more so than you spent. So it's caused that fund balance to continue to go up. So it's a good thing that it's going up. It just means you have more resources available eventually. The Sahasan Fund, and once again, we'll cover this a little more in detail later, but this is just showing you really the deep blue bar, how much money you have available in that fund to spend. And so it's down this year, and I say available, I think some of it's been committed, but as you look, it's gone down this year. And a lot of that's because the money was invested and you had a loss, a fairly significant loss in the investment earnings in that fund for this year. So that caused your balance to decline. The teal bar shows what your revenue is for the year. And once again, it went down this year because you had a loss on the investments. And then the little light bar showed you how much you spent out of that fund for the year. And it was really a very modest spending this year because last year you spent quite a bit on equipment. This year you didn't spend very much on equipment. So it's primarily a decline in specialized equipment like ambulances. And also I think you had to do the equipment, which you spent a lot on that last year.
And it's probably worth highlighting there too, is that loss that John had mentioned that's reflected in your revenue, much like the other losses we've talked about, is unrealized, it's paper loss.
Yes. So, and I know, so this is the grant fund. It shows basically the details of monies you have in the grant fund. And so the dark blue bar shows how much you've spent per year. And you can see if you look at the left, and we'll cover this later, more detail, but you can see that your expenditures are going up because you have right now quite a bit of ARPA money and you have some CARES Act money. The one thing I want to focus on though is a little bit is that teal bar. So that teal bar represents situations where you have received monies in advance from the federal government and you haven't spent them yet. So you're getting monies. And so some of that is ARPA money. So you have about $1.4 billion of these COVID monies that you haven't spent yet, which is understandable, but you have a lot of other money in there too, where you've received monies in advance. So the federal government allows, really it's just Native American entities, 638 grants, you may have heard that term, to get the monies in advance. So you have, for instance, $262 million of transportation highway monies. That you 262 million of highway monies. You've received the money, you haven't spent that money yet though. And so we know there's projects, I think they're working on it, but it's once again a fairly significant number. And there's other grants like that. I guess one other, you have about $59 million of law enforcement monies, and you have some Indian self-determination monies, about 213 million. So if you receive the money in advance, you just haven't spent it yet. So it gets reflected here as unearned revenue, because in the grant fund, you don't earn the revenue until you spend the money. So revenues and expenses always equal each other in the grant fund. So anyway, keep going. So just, pardon?
Can you give us a breakdown later or additional information on that 218 million?
Or the 262 for the transportation?
Sorry, I got 262 for transportation, 10 million for law enforcement.
Yes.
What was the last?
I want 213 million for Indian self-determination. So when you say a breakdown, and I'm not sure that the highway, for instance, there may be very specific projects identified that is ultimately tagged to. I don't have that detail,
Okay.
but we could certainly probably get that, I would guess. I'll look to Rob to help me with that.
I'll make that.
Okay.
Pro Tem Chair.
Sure.
This is Controller McCabe. Thank you again, members of the committee. Delegate Crowdy, for your question. So this is something that we can actually see in the actual financial statement document, and I'd like to go over this with the committee at some point. The financial statement actually breaks out the individual fund financial statements for the major and non-major programs. And I think it's worth noting here, and I did actually talk with John Kennedy about interjecting at this point. It's real important to know that I think, and hopefully I'm wrong, but I think we've been analyzing what the program's unexpended monies are for some time now, because I think in the past we've reported it as fund balance to the committees, when in reality the number we really should be looking at is really a liability on our financial statements, meaning, and it's under the unearned revenue line item. And what unearned revenue is exactly what John Kennedy said. It's these programs that are forward funded that received money but haven't spent them yet. And in the case of the two big ones, which are really transportation and the 638 money, these are monies that go back several years in some cases. And we've had K accounts that go back to even 2008, if not further back. And so what we need to do is kind of show the committee exactly what these numbers are as far as monies that have been received and not spent, because I know this question came up the other day in one of the meetings as far as what does the programs have and why haven't they spent it. And there's upwards of $500 million in federal funds that are unearned revenue, meaning that we've received and haven't spent. And just as a in regards to mechanics, as John Kennedy said, revenue on the governmental side is when it comes to federal programs, really any of our special revenues, their revenue's not realized until we spend it. So, for example, if we receive $1 million grant up front, we get $1 million, but we only spend, say, 800,000 of it in a fiscal year, not a grant year, a fiscal year. We will record $800,000 in revenue, not the $1 million, but 800,000 to match the 800,000 in expenditures, and the 200,000 in offset we record as a liability called unearned revenue. And it's a liability because we owe that money either to the grant program or, in worst case scenario, back to the federal funding agency. So it's not fund balance really we should be looking at in particular. It's really that unearned revenue, and especially when it comes to the forward funded grants. Now, reimbursement grants are a little bit different. We spend the money up front. Technically, the general fund fronts that money, and then we're reimbursed at some point when we do our reports. In that case, revenue still equals expenditure, but we don't have that money up front where we have to owe it back to somebody. So I was listening in, I think it was a NAVI meeting when that question was asked, what federal programs haven't spent their money, what is it, and why haven't they? And I did talk with John Kennedy. John Kennedy and I and John Bunnell went through this presentation a couple of days before this one, just so we were on the same page. And I did say I want to interject here, just so the committee understands that I do want to sit down with you all at some point and go through what that unearned revenue number really is, because that's really the number of funds that we've received and haven't spent yet. And in theory, we should carry operating cash to cover that money. And I believe we do, but we definitely need to go through this as an exercise with the committee. Thank you.
And I can confirm that you have set aside the funds, the cash and investments are set aside equal to the amount of this unearned revenue. So you set aside the resources, but it hasn't been spent, as Mr. McCabe mentioned. So, and thanks for that great explanation, by the way, Sean. I appreciate the supplemental help there on that. So that was. So then just one other historical slide here. This is your permanent fund. And I should mention, when we audit your funds, we audit, as Sean did mention, major funds. We audit your general funds, grant fund, and your permanent fund. This just shows you the historical results of the perm fund in terms of the investments. So the perm fund, when it started in 86, I'm looking at this little red line along the bottom, you put in $26 million. This shows you what that fund has done since that time. So the light blue bar, that represents you put in 12% of your general fund monies every year into that fund, you deposit it. That's how you can see how that's incrementally increased each and every year as you add more funds to the perm fund. The sort of darker blue bar shows the interest earnings. So dividends and interest that you've earned relative to the investments you've made with that perm fund. And then the purple represents where you invest in stocks and bond, or really stocks and other types of equity instruments. And that shows how that's appreciated. And so in perspective, when you put it all together, it shows how much money the perm funds had. It's been really wildly successful for you as you look at the amount of money that's built up over the years. But you put in $882 million, it's worth well in excess of $3 billion today, I think, Ron, is that right? So anyway, so I'm large, but in that little bar at the top, there's just showing you start spending the money. So for the first 20, 30 years of the fund, you didn't use any of the money. And that was by design when it was built and the legislation was passed. But once you adopted a 5-year spending plan, you're able to now start spending some of that money. So cumulatively now you've spent about 152 million of it as you brought that back into the general fund. So, but it gives you, I think it's a great story when you look at that. This shows how much money the perm funds transferred into the general fund the last couple of years. And so you can see it's gone up to about $70 million this year. And it's quite a bit of an increase. And 41 million of that went to the, I should say transferred or expended. $41 million was transferred to the general fund this year. You also spent $29 million this year out of the perm fund on water projects. So just a couple other footnotes we wanted to talk about. So you have, and I'm looking at the very bottom of this slide, $8 billion in cash and investments on your books and records as of September 30, 22. So 8 billion is obviously a really sizable number. When you break it down, though, it really breaks down to 3 buckets. The top bucket, as we got here, is unrestricted. So it means it's not committed to any specific activity. The third party says you can't spend it. You may internally have ever identified projects, but it's unrestricted. So it's 1.7 billion. The next, and that's made up primarily of monies in the general fund, the Sahasan fund, and the land acquisition fund. Those are big funds that have the unrestricted money. Restricted, next down, is really cash and investments that a third party has said you have to spend it a certain way. You have to spend it in accordance to the terms that I tell you, you have to spend it. Those monies are primarily in the perm fund and in the grant fund. So that's where most of that money is coming from relative to the restricted. And the very bottom there, these are the assets you have set aside to pay benefits to individuals. So this is the retirement fund. It's the deferred compensation fund for council delegates. It's a little bit more than that, but it's basically money that's set aside that has to be used to pay future benefits that you're holding for other people. So that's really how it breaks down. But I wanted to at least show you that because I think it's helpful to know where your cash is. The next slide is we wanted to talk, it's described in the footnotes, the financial statements, but it's your loan with the gaming enterprise and where that loan is. And so that loan, if you look down the right-hand column, as of September 30, 22, it's a gaming enterprise owes the Navajo Nation government $197 million. And it's owed to these different funds that we show here. So the perm fund is owed $136 million by the gaming enterprise. Chapter Government Nation Building Fund is $7 million. If you go down, second from the bottom, Veterans Trust Fund has 4.8 million. So it's these various funds have loaned money to the gaming enterprise. And as we know, just due to circumstances, kind of what I'm going down, there's a little bar below the top chart, if you will, it shows note receivable. You can see that receivable balance was coming down. It was 206 million. It came down to 203 million. It's sort of been stagnated at 197 million because they haven't paid anything back during the pandemic. So it's sort of stayed flat. They're paying a little bit on one of those line items, but by and large, not paying it back right now. And I know you're working through a negotiation process. Also, on the very bottom table there's at least as of this date, $26 million of accrued interest that is owed to the Navajo Nation hasn't been paid either. So as you kind of work through this I did want to at least just real quickly, one more, if you don't mind, just at least show you some of the, one thing we don't get a chance to let you know is we really do value working with you and working with the Navajo Nation and being out here. We do actually spend a lot of time on the reservation in community service types of activities. And so we've done a number of things here. So for instance, we do support the accounting scholarships for the controller. We do teach financial literacy classes on the reservation periodically. One of the big things we've done in that third line, we've delivered over 10,000 new books to children over the last 5 or 6 years. And we've got pictures of some of those activities. The most recent book delivery activities kind of the bottom left-hand corner there. And we did that actually as a joint effort with NTUA. But we delivered 3,000 books. And that particular picture was taken at Chinle Elementary School. We also went to Canyon de Chelly Elementary School. And then we also stopped in Ganado at the Sage Child Care Center. But there's other things that we've done. We sponsored an individual who's up in the right-hand corner, who's now a professor at Fort Lewis College to get her PhD. And so that's kind of a neat one we're proud of. But once again, various other things. And we just want to let you know that we're not just your search prize. We also want to be part of your community, and we try to do that as best we can. And maybe it's so keep going. So I think then we'll pause there if we could. Do you want to bring up the Power BI presentation? And I guess, are there any other questions about what we've presented so far?
Yeah, so on the slide, I want to go back to slide 17. So the gray area, and just help me understand, is this the event, so Navajo Nation, we appropriate money for personnel, and then we have had a long history of not filling those positions. So when I'm seeing this 92 million, is that what we've allocated for personnel, or it's what we actually spent on personnel?
What you've actually spent.
This is what we
This is actual dollars spent. So yes, so the unfilled positions, you're right, are not reflected in this table.
Okay. And in terms of retirement, we see for 2022, that's different from 2021. The 3,150,000. Just give me a little bit more information about that retirement cost. I see that in 2019. I
Yep.
don't know if that's a supplemental or.
It is a supplemental appropriation. So it's a supplemental contribution to the retirement plan in those particular years. It's, so which is, yeah, it's different than I guess because and I'm gonna ask Rob, is that right, Rob? So you have a standard contribution that's being funded via a fringe rate.
Yeah.
And so this would be supplemental over and above the fringe rate contributions.
We talked about pay, we talked about. Let me just go back. I think I'll request that from the controller on slide page 22, all of that advanced funding. I know we wanted to have a future conversation. It looks like most of those are key accounts, Mr. Willie, and internal controller. So we can have a follow-up discussion after we complete the budget and start looking at our federal key accounts and understanding that dynamic. I think those are my only questions. Thank you. Oh, I did want to say for page 22, I never see that you add how much the nation pays its investment managers. Is that something that we can add on to this slide? Or where do you acknowledge that payment to our investment managers?
Sure, and so and we may be able to see it partly here in a moment. It's in the perm fund and it's in a general government expense. Now there may be, you can go for a second. So, and I'm sorry, this is just to jump right in here. Can you bring up that bigger, Everon? Thanks. So this is just by way of graphics, and sort of leapt right in. This is a historical identification of the expenses in the perm fund. So, and you can see it's for the last 6 years. The red bar, the very top kind of very dark red bar is general government expenses. most of those, I don't know if I can say all of those, but most of those are payments to your investment advisors.
Most of the rich payments.
Yeah, I think that fair, Rob? Yeah, Rob's giving you sort of, it's sort of that is a part of the number. And so, and I'm sure that.
Okay, so we could just get a little bit more breakdown.
Yeah, and there's other things in there too. So I don't want, it's not all payments to investment advisors, but certainly that's a large portion of what's in that line item, but it's not all of it. So
Yeah, they're thinking of legal fees, other, other fund type activities, like investment committee, travel stuff.
Right.
Now.
and some of your staff, your investment staff's time's probably being allocated to that as well, potentially. So
So we fund them to go to New York, it's coming up with this. We could do virtual now, right?
it could. So, yeah, if you wanted, we'd have to work to get the breakdown of that. I mean, it exists, clearly it exists, but I just want to let you know, that's sort of the line where it goes and it's in that line, but that's certainly.
Can I see the line?
Oh, sorry.
Public safety.
Yeah, that one.
So this is just where you've spent money on public safety directly from the permanent fund.
Can you? Yeah, well, that line, let me just do that. 6.9.
746.
Okay, but that's it for 2019. Can you go to 20? Yeah,
Okay.
so but for each year. So can you go,
0.
oh, and it's
So
zero,
maybe
okay.
just that 1 year they got.
Yes, yes.
Okay. I like that.
Yes, well, and so yeah, so this is something we use for our internal purposes. Can you go to the general funds, go to the very first? So we have this for several of your funds, actually. So this is the, and I want to make it clear, this is the general fund. So from an accounting perspective, the general fund is consolidated with other funds. We can break it down by just the general fund, but within the general funds is also included like Sahasan Fund. That's probably the other really big one. But so this shows you just historical revenue numbers, which is that blue bar at the top for your general funds. You can see it is very consistent, but this year it had a big drop, and that's mainly the loss, the investment loss in the Sahasan Fund and in the grant fund. I'm sorry, in the general fund, not the grant fund. If we go and so that's what, so the way, and all these slides are structured the same. Blue bar is the revenue, red bar is the expenses where you're spending your money. And then down at the bottom left-hand corner, is it still the general funds? Yeah, it shows the sources of the revenue. We can break that out so you can see where your revenue is coming from. We have a couple slides specific to the tax revenue. On the right, it shows where you spent your money, but the spending, it's a little bit, and this goes to your question you just asked a second ago. The financial statements classify this by what we call functional categories. Did I spend on general government? Did I spend it on public safety? Did I spend it on community and rural development? It doesn't break it down. And it's the way the model set up for the governments. It doesn't say I spent this much on personnel, this much on travel, this much on utilities. So we have to pull that out separately. So this is based on what's in the financial statements, those expense categories, but it shows you by category of expense where you're spending your money. Maybe I'll stop there. Anything you think I should? No. Okay, so if we were to break down, can you go to the next slide over? Because well, you can see there at the bottom of the revenue, you can see how the green bar there, that is your investment earnings. You can see how it just really had a bad year this year because we know the stock market was really rough for 2022. If you ignored that and just went to, so this slide is the same thing, your general funds, but we've cut out of that the investment earnings, so it doesn't skew it. Now this is just your other traditional revenues, be it oil and gas, mining, taxes. And so you can see it's actually much flatter, much more predictable. Although we do know that still there's some volatility in the mining, the oil and gas. And if can you click to the left there? Yeah, can you move that up there, Ron? And so, and once again, the reason we're doing this, we wanted to be able to share it because if the committee's sort of newer, we want to give you some perspective on your historical financial results, the historical spending, historical revenues. Just we think they help you to kind of go forward because the truth is where you are right now, you're really in an unusual time, mainly because of the grant monies. That you're spending grant monies that are so much more than your historical numbers. So the expenditures are much larger, the revenues are much larger. And it's just done some different things to your financials. But this is the revenue sources for the the various for your general funds. So you can see that the top line, and it's not in the same order because it's hard to do that because they kind of fluctuate, but that's your tax revenues. And we have a breakdown of that tax revenue number. You know, the next line up is your right of way. So you get money like $24 million a year from Kinder Morgan. They're a pipeline company. You get $13 million a year from Transwestern. They're a pipeline company. You got $11 million last year from Arizona Public Service, you know, utilities, and P&M paid you about $8 million this year. So that's all now teal bar. And you can see some of the other revenue sources. The one thing that kind of jumps out a little bit is that purple bar. That's the drought insurance. That's the pasture range and forage insurance. So when you pay in your premiums each year, if you have a dry rain year, you can see you get a fairly significant. So what is it for that year? So it's $66 million that year. But if you have a wet year, it's going to be much less. You can see in 2019 is much less. So it kind of goes up and down because it really is volatile depending on the weather. And then probably the other big one down there is you can see the interest and dividends, which is that green bar. The one thing that's obviously on a downward trend, which we all understand, is that sort of light. Can you highlight the mining for a second, everyone? Yeah, so that's the mining bar. So as the coal mines close and go offline, obviously your mining revenue declines. So you can see it was up around 60 million a year for 17, 18, 19, but when those mines start closing, it's declined a bit. Now this year had the uptick, as I mentioned, because at the end of the year, the price per ton of coal went up quite a bit. So it had an uptick, but long term, that's certainly something to continue to monitor. Yeah, and so the grant fund. I'm sorry. Let's go back. So can you click on the general fund details? So as I mentioned, there's several funds in the general fund. These are all the funds that roll into the general fund. So if we just click just the general fund, this is what we were just talking. Generally, this is where you typically budget. You receive your revenues, but within there we have some other funds you can see, and we could break out, for instance, the Sahasan Fund. This is the Sahasan Fund. It's the historical revenue detail. And you can see once again it was impacted by the decline in the market this year. You can see the expenditure activity, which is that red bar. Can you bring that up for a second there, everyone? So you can see where you're spending your money in the Sahasan Fund. So, you initially spent quite a bit on education and training, or I'm sorry, community rural development. And that is continue where you are spending your money. We mentioned this year you had $29 million, I think, spent on water projects out of the Sahasan Fund. That PERM fund. That's PERM fund, I'm sorry. So, but anyway, but just give you some perspective on where you spent your money out of the Sahasan Fund over the years. So it's just once we have a breakdown, once we use this for our purposes, for analytically reviewing your financials, we thought for your purpose, it gives you, if you say, I want to see what we've done in XYZ fund, we could, click into it and you could see what you're using your money on. But mainly it's, once again, we use it for the purpose of analyzing your data. Could you click into the grant fund? So this is the grant fund. As I remember, I mentioned you can't see revenue and expense on this particular slide because revenues and expenses always equal each other. So it's one line for everything. But you can see though, and this is where we think it's worth mentioning because it really is very different. If you look at 18 or 17, 18, and 19, you spent about $300 million a year on grants. 20 pandemic hits, you get some CARES Act money, it goes up to 430. These last 2 years, you've spent almost $1 billion a year in grant monies. But you'd have to think long term when you've spent that money, it's probably going to revert back to a more historical number in the $300 million range. And so there's some historical, just information to look at. And if you look at the nature of the expenses, can you bring the expense allocation for a sec there? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I skipped by that. Yeah, we'll come back to that. Thank you. But can you, open that one there, everyone? Thank you. So you can see that most of you, and it's hard to see the lines because it gets really skewed out of whack because most of your expenses are in this general government line, which is where you're spending a lot of your ARPA money. So that's where the hardship payments all go into that particular category, for instance. And so the other categories get a little bit dwarfed by that, but you can see you spend quite a bit on health and welfare. Public safety certainly has some expenditure activity as well. So, but that's just a breakdown of where your money's going, but all the hardship checks have been put into the general government category. Another, no, so, one thing I did forget was, yeah, like, what else do we have here? Yeah, we have the nature of the expense. I forgot to bring up. So this is what we were showing you before in terms of where you spent your money. You asked the question, Karate, about. I'm sorry, that one the right. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you order them in the right order there, everyone? You can see everyone knows how to use this much better than I do. But this shows the general fund historical expenses, again, as we were talking about in terms of where you spent your money, what buckets it goes into, and you can see some of the shifts. But so that's your personnel costs. We also got on a sort of a line chart down below there, but a couple things, just what's in other, for instance, just some context. The other categories includes, reinsurance premiums, scholarship payments, whatnot.
Bad debt. What would be under that bad debt?
So if you had, and you don't have a lot of that, but sometimes you have, business site leases or other leases where you've kind of booked a receivable because someone's going to pay you something, they didn't pay it. That would be written off as an expense. It's actually, I think, a very small number. It's maybe a little bigger in the loan services funds, the credit services department, but in this particular fund, it's not very large. On occasion, something's popped up there, but nothing recently. This is your tax revenues. And so once again, just give you some historical perspective on the tax revenues. So it's the top chart is just showing you a bar chart of all your, thank you, Evan, for making that bigger. These are all your tax revenues. And you can see the top one is your sales tax revenue. So that's really been your bread and butter tax revenue to the general fund. So it's gone $47 million in 2017 up to $71 million today. And it really spiked there in 2020. And there's really two things happened. You increased your tax rate from 5% to 6%, but a significant portion of that increase in 2021 and 2022 is directly related, we think, to the grant fund expense activity, because you're building a lot of things. You're using a lot of money out in the community to in terms of construction. And when that happens, you also get sales tax revenue because they're spending the money and they're paying sales tax on that. So that's why we think the sales tax, it's partly due to the increase in the rate, but it's also due to the activity. But you can see your other taxes here, the possessory interest tax, which is sort of a personal property tax, if you will, based on, and that's going down a little bit as some of the mines close. I think you're getting less tax revenue there because they have less equipment. And then you can see the fuel excise tax is a big one. It's been pretty flat. Hotel occupancy tax, the scale gets a little skewed here, but you can see it went from $12 million in 2019 down to $7 million in 2020 because you had just less people staying in your hotels. But it started to creep back up again as people are obviously coming and traveling again. Maybe I could stop there. It's just, once again, we're trying to just give you some historical understanding, but once again, looking ahead on the sales tax revenue, that might once again prospectively could come back down a little bit once some of that construction activity and other spendings, wanes. This is showing your cash and investments. Can you make that a little bigger, Everon? Yeah. So just where you have your cash and investments. So, the top bar is you've invested in equity and marketable securities. The red was really your cash. And so when you got the advances from the federal government on your ARPA monies, you put it into cash. You've then this year taken that money, taken it out of cash, and you put it into investments. And so that's why the light green bar has gone up. Now that is where some of the paper losses on the investments occurred this year, was in that green bar. But once again, you're going to hold those investments to maturity. So, but it gives some perspective on where your cash is in terms of what other things, investments, what you invest in, be it alternative investments, corporate obligations. Where's corporate obligations, everyone? Yep. So that's gone up a little bit. Corporate bonds has gone down a little bit. So anyway, it's just a historical number for you, but it does, we think, provide some information about what you're doing in your investment strategy. And I think it's the last one, just the location investments. Also, we're online, I guess. So we can't quite show you this, unfortunately.
You're not online. Welcome to our world.
So
Let me open it again.
Maybe,
tried to-
maybe you could sponsor Starlink for us.
Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, Starlink is good stuff, by the way.
It is, I have it at my house.
Yes. So,
I don't think I have any pen.
okay, we'll look at just one, but essentially, we've plotted, because you have a footnote that we have to put in the financial statements, we plotted your investment by where you invest your money. Is it in the United States? Is it in Mexico? Is it in France? Is it in China? Whatever it might be. I'm just not sure if it's going to quite work for us here.
Let's see if it will load.
Okay, well, can you close out the other, make it a little bigger, I guess. There we go. Or it says, yeah, just close out the things to the right there. So anyway, just by way of where you invest your money. So and we have it by year, but is this 2022?
Yeah. Sorry.
So, but when you click each year, but you can see that, where the bigger the dot, that means the more money you invest in that particular country. So not surprising, most of your money is invested in the US, but you can see that you also have investments around the world because have a very international investment strategy. So, so it's kind of interesting to see, you've got some China and Japan, South America, a little bit in South Africa, obviously a lot in Europe, but also quite a bit in the Middle East, which I think is very interesting. I can go back for a second in terms of the nature of investments. You can also see the types of investments by year here up in the left. So be it corporate bonds, high yield fixed income, and we can click on each year individually so you can see kind of how you sort of moved your investment strategy around a little bit. But it's really, I just find it interesting. I like geography, but I also like to see how you invested your funds. So, and I think that's really what we had for you on the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Three numbers. The presentation on legislation 020723, fiscal year audit, your motion from Delegate Friday, second from Delegate Astor to consider the legislation. The presentation is concluded. Are there any further questions or discussion for the legislation sponsor or revision? Delegate.
So this audit took place from, you say from 18 all the way to 22 or? Something that from the 18, 19, 21, 18,
No,
to 2022.
so this audit in particular here was only for fiscal year 2022. So
You took. We
in the Power BI presentation, yes, we pulled information from those prior audited financial statements and brought them forward. Yes.
Anything else, Delegate Pierre? Good. Anything else, delegates? Would you like to go to executive session? I didn't say anything about it. Do you want us to talk about something in executive session?
If the committee would like to go into more detail on the financial statement. You can do that.
I just, well, maybe you can do that, Pro-Tem. My question would be, where would I find? Were there any findings that the committee needs to know about that are inside the?
And actually, I think we've talked about the findings in the slide decks. There's nothing additional in the way of findings in this presentation. There will be a follow-up if you'd like relative to the single audit findings. So there are some additional findings there that we are working with management on right now to address and to prepare comments on those.
Where would I find, when we talk about the single audit findings, where they're reoccurring findings or new findings? Where would I find that?
Well, and that's going to be in a separate document. That'll be a supplement to this document, but I can say just very high level, there's around 15 single audit findings at this point in time, and some of those are repeat and some of those are new.
Okay.
But we could go into more details once that's finalized.
We'll wait for it. I don't even.
Okay.
Okay. Factory members, we have motion second, the legislation has completed its report. And we'll move to a vote. So, start with Kelly Harding, how do you vote on legislation 020723?
Karen will agree with you.
Kelly, how do you vote? Green. Sergeant Gay, green as well. Kelly Parrish, how do you vote? Anything? It's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, and Kelly abstaining. Four. Oh, I said 4 in favor. I said 3. I missed it. Okay, thank you very much, KPMG.
Yes, I just wanted to really thank the Office of Controller for all their help throughout this process, and they've really have done a great job. Pardon?
You want to do that?
Well, we are going to bring some additional money to the council. Yeah, we are going to bring the council too. So yeah, we can take them back. If you'd like us to take them back now, and we can bring you, because we'll have a different presentation for council and we'll have additional financials. So anyway, thank you very much for your time. We certainly enjoyed being with you as always, and we enjoyed getting a chance to serve you. So thank you.
Thank you. So we're now on 6 with key reports. Growing future native change maker, presenters, planning director, director, Bosky Little, one operator, one. This is what was set to pay, so I'm sorry. I didn't do that.
Yeah, do I, can I just, oh, you know what? Yeah, I can plug in here. Is this?
So,
For the light line? Yeah, that's so powerful.
Yeah, did you get
Yep.
Start your presentation on
Oh, no.
They're all online.
You see the first.
I have brought backwards. And the page sheet is from Don.
We got your names.
Oh. Started?
Yeah, I said to say.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good morning, that's honorable council delegates of the Budget and Finance Committee and staff. Yeah, thank you for spending some time with us this morning. My name is Jessica Stego. I'm a co-founder of Change Labs, and my other co-founder, Heather Fleming, was supposed to be here, but I'm kind of filling in for her. So where you see her name, it'll actually be me. I didn't realize she changed my slide deck. And then I'm going to have my colleagues here introduce themselves. But Jessica Stego, but I'm Ishla, Zefka Bashichin, Kiani Dashache, Zefka and Dashanella. And I will pass it over to Christine.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Christine Laughter. I'm the director of the Kinship Lending Program here at Change Labs. It's great to be here. Nakadena Inishla, Touchy Nibashis Chin, Dog Kiani Dashache, Dog Isaflena Dashanella, and I am from the community of Kayanta.
Yeah, it's Bene, Shea Swarbansky Little, and Shea, but I'm the Shlong, go continue by Sheen. This is another Dashache, Ada, Kapaha Dashnella, Abachi Asian Asham, and I am the loan officer for Kinship Lending. It's nice to meet all of you.
So we are here to update you on some activity that we've been working on with the Division of Economic Development. And just to give you a little bit of background first on what Change Labs is, you may have heard back in June, we opened up a co-working space in Tuba City, Tonanezbiza. And the co-working space is an entrepreneurship hub, where we support new business owners, entrepreneurs, and potential change makers, where they can come to our space, they can receive business coaching. We also provide workspace, so people can come and use the internet. We have Starlink there. We also offer meeting space there for people who need a place to meet. And we also provide trainings and webinars out of our space. So overall, Change Labs is a place where we provide creative workspace tools, resources, and knowledge for Native entrepreneurs. We do that through 4 programs. One is our entrepreneurship hub that I just explained. We also have a business incubator it's a program that we've been running for almost 10 years now, actually, before we actually started Change Labs. And it provides services to new businesses, startups, to help them to get through the startup phase of their business. We also have a program called Kinship-Based Lending, which is what we're here to talk about. And I'll let Christine explain that after this. And then we also do policy advocacy. So we're part of the Navajo Entrepreneurship Coalition. We're also part of, and the other coalition members are the ASA School with Joseph Austin, and then also the Diné Chamber of Commerce.
We also are a part of the Indigenous Economic Wellbeing Alliance, which is partnered with Native Women Lead, New Mexico Community Capital, and Native Community Capital. And through that, we look at the larger picture of policy that impacts entrepreneurship and business development in our communities, and we work in partnership with the coalition members to address those issues. And then our kinship-based lending, which is what we're here to talk to you about today. If you all want to see the program that we're going to be talking about today, we do have a website, and that's a QR code if you want to scan that. I also sent this presentation to Peggy, so she can email that out if you want to have a copy of the presentation as well. So Christine, I'm gonna have you come on over or take over the mic and talk about the opportunity we're talking about today.
Okay. Back in 2020, kinship lending was launched. And during that time, we actually participated with the Navajo Nation at the Division of Economic Development with helping them get grant dollars, like Navajo Cares grant dollars out to Navajo entrepreneurs. So what you see here is actually on your, if you are following the slides, is you will see that back in 2020, there were a total of $29,113,475 in grants that were given to 4,378 Navajo business owners. And so we were able to get this data from DED through the work that we helped them with the CARES Act funding. And we did actually get to see that there was an opportunity to give money to grants to small business owners. And we want to be able to continue that process with the kinship lending program through the SSBCI dollars that are coming down, that is coming down from the feds. And we'll explain a little bit more about SSBCI here shortly. But we did want to share with you that there is an opportunity out there that small business owners that they have the opportunity to be able to take the capital that is coming from SSBCI to further grow their businesses. Currently at Kinship Lending, we currently lend small loans, micro loans between $5,000 and $10,000 to small business owners. And a majority of our business owners are located on the Navajo Nation. We do have some that are off the reservation. And what we've seen with some of those small businesses is they start their business on the Navajo Nation, and then they end up transitioning off the Navajo Nation and going into other areas such as Flagstaff, Farmington, Albuquerque, Phoenix. And so we'll talk a little bit more about our program. I did want to share with our kinship loan program that we have so far lent up to $285,000 in loans to small business owners on and around the Navajo Nation.
So the program that Christine mentioned that we are using to expand our kinship loan program is called SSBCI, which stands for State Small Business Credit Initiative. And it's a Department of Treasury program that will make available $89 million that was allocated to the Navajo Nation. This is $89 million for capital for small businesses. So it's not a grant. It has to go into some sort of program that provides this capital to Navajo-owned businesses on and off the reservation. One of the stipulations of the program, though, is that we have to be able to match that funding with private capital on a one-to-one basis. So essentially, the program will make $178 million available for Navajo-owned businesses over the next 10 years. The program is set up to be launched in 3 tranches. So the funds will be deployed in 3 tranches. The first is $29 million that will be launched probably this year. Hopefully, we're hoping. And then another 29 million in 3 years, and then the final 29 million in year 6. It's a 10-year program. The really exciting thing about this program is that if we can deploy all of the money within the 10 years and within the 3-year stipulations for each tranche, then at the end of the program, the Navajo Nation can actually keep that money. It doesn't have to go back to Treasury. Once we pay back, the money stays within the Navajo Nation, and all of the leverage stipulations go away. You're able to create your own lending and capital access programs at that point. One of the challenges with the program is that in order to get the second tranche, you have to deploy at least 80% of the first tranche in the 3 years. So the goal for the next 3 years is to deploy $21 million. That's 80% of the 29 million for the first tranche, and then the same for each of the 3 years. So a couple of facts that we have here. 5% of the funds can be used for administrative costs. For the first tranche for Change Labs' portion, we're expecting to use $400,000 to deploy $7 million through our kinship loan program. And then it drops, that amount drops for the second and the third tranches. We have to demonstrate that we have a 1-to-1 match for that, so that we're attracting private capital in the amount of $7 million over the next 3 years. This is for Change Lab only. And then we also, though, have to demonstrate that we have a plan to match that to a 10-to-1 leverage that the Treasury is actually seeking that we do. And there's several different programs for us to do that. We can fund the Navajo business in any location. But we are focused on funding businesses that are located on the reservation. And then Swarovski is going to go over our proposal.
Hello, so I'm going to go over the structure of the programs that will be the Navajo Nation and Change Labs will be participating in. So SSBCI currently has 5 SSBCI programs. And we are planning to use 2 of those programs. The first is the loan participation program, and then the second is the loan guarantee program. And so as Jessica mentioned, we are working with $7 million in the first tranche. And so how that's broken down is that we are planning to use $5 million for the loan participation program, and then the rest for the loan guarantee program. And so we have 2 financial partners that we will be working with to help us deploy these funds and to also deploy the guarantees for the loan guarantee program. And so there is a third program that we are currently trying to work on, and that is the venture capital program. That's something Jessica is working on developing, but we won't go into too much detail about that because it's currently in progress of development. And so here you see the number as far as like the private match and private capital from the loan guarantee program. Our partner for that program is going to be Nusenda Credit Union. And so we plan on deploying at least $3.3 million to small businesses for loans up to $50,000, and then loan purchasing for the loan guarantee or for the loan participation program. We have $5 million that we have $5 million in matching funds from Native Community Capital to provide at least $10 million in deploying for loans for the total lending capital coming out to about $13 million there. And so at the bottom there, you'll see what the program expenses are going to be for us to administer these programs. And then, so I'll talk a little about the loan participation program. As I mentioned, we are working with Native Community Capital. Currently, the plan is to participate at least 50% of loan participation with any new loans that they're working with. And these loans currently, the plan is that they are around $1 million each. So it'll be about around 5 loans that will be totaling for the for that participation as far as our partnership with Native Community Capital. And then Christine will discuss or talk about the loan guarantee program through Kinship Lending.
So I want to talk a little bit first about our kinship lending program, so you kind of get an idea about how we do our program. So our kinship lending program is a program that we want to be able to provide access to capital to Native entrepreneurs, because as we know, getting loans approved for small businesses on the Navajo Nation is very difficult. So we offer a lending program where we do not check the borrower's credit. We do not ask for collateral, but instead what we do is we offer social underwriting. When we take the application, we want to get to know who the borrower is. We want to get to know what their plan is for their business. And so we talk to them, we have that conversation with them. And then what we offer is relationship-based lending through that process. And so what we're doing is we are taking the loan application, we're processing that loan, we're funding the loan, and then we're also providing the borrower technical assistance and resources. So we are offering them business coaching, and we're offering them other services that we have here at Change Lab, such as programming over at the co-working space, or also with the some programming that we have over at our incubator program. So we just wanted to go over that. And then what we're planning to do with this is to continue this process with the SSBCI program. So what we want to do is we want to break this into some tiers. So we will be lending between $5,000 up to $50,000 to Navajo businesses out there. And we're going to go through the same process. We're not going to do the credit check. We're not going to require collateral, but we will partner with them. We will want to take a look at what their financials look like. We want to see that they are making money, and we want to get them on a trajectory so that they can continue to grow their business, so that they can continue to make these loan payments. What we've seen is small businesses get into trouble, especially during the pandemic. You know, small businesses, they get into a situation where they can't make a payment. Well, come see us. Let's talk about the situation, and let's talk about how we can help you to get that payment made. And then again, we continue to offer them that coaching so that they can continue to grow their business. So we are going to be doing a tier type of lending program so that everyone has an opportunity to participate. With the larger loans, businesses that are already set up that need the lending, but they don't need as much of the technical assistance, we're going to talk to them about coming in and offering some mentoring services to members who are just starting out. So we have a pretty good program where we want everyone involved in this process so that we can get these loan dollars out to the small business owners. And this partnership will happen with Nusenda Credit Union.
So the final program that we are proposing and that we're still in development is the venture capital program. It's a plan to implement the first venture fund for Navajo entrepreneurs. So just a little information about what venture capital is. The previous 2 programs that we presented were the loan guarantee and the loan participation program, which means one, we're guaranteeing loans that are provided by banks. And the other one is the purchasing is we're paying for part of the loan and partnering with a bank. In both of those cases, we're lending money to the entrepreneur, lending money to the borrower that will be repaid back with certain terms and with our programming. For venture capital, the money, the funds that are given to the entrepreneur are an investment in their business. So if we give money to an entrepreneur, we take part ownership of the business. We own shares of the business. And so there is no payback of those funds. The way that the investor gets the money back is at some point by selling the shares that they own in the company. And so there's an expectation that that company is going to grow and the value of those shares is going to grow. And that's where you get your money back as an investor. So we're hoping to be able to create a venture capital fund or an equity fund. Equity-based financing is another term. In order to make it easier for companies to grow and for those entrepreneurs who own those companies to access capital. Because if we are using a debt financing, then you have to, once you get to a certain point, you have to look at the collateral. Banks are, they're low risk, they want to participate in low risk loans. So it's difficult to get them to do lending. On the other hand, venture capital funds are set up to take on more risk. A majority of the entrepreneurs enrolled and graduated from Change Labs like the idea of venture capital. We speak with them about whether they would prefer owing money to a bank, which they did not prefer, to being able to partner with Change Labs or another investor to grow their companies. So this is what we're proposing. We are in the process right now of working with a couple of funds to kind of get an idea of how they manage their funds and to get their and to learn from that management and also to participate in the management itself. Myself, I'm going through a training program with the University of Utah Sorensen Impact Fund, and another colleague of ours, Holly James. She's participating in Native Women Leads Rematriating Economies Apprenticeship. So the fund that we're looking at building is similar to what you see here. Change Labs using SSBCI funds, so using Navajo Nation funds, would put 2.5 million into the fund. We would have a general partner who would help us to manage the funds and help us to look for those deals, look for those entrepreneurs and process the shares of how much shares we would be purchasing out of the fund. And then we also, in order, because it is SSBCI funds, we have to match it 1-to-1. So we'll be looking for another limited partner with a $2 million. So $2 million from an outside limited partner, 500,000 from the general partner who would help us manage the fund, and then Change Labs, it would be using SSBCI funds for 2.5 million. So a $5 million fund, we would be able to just deploy that to, here the example is 6 entrepreneurs, but it could be 10 entrepreneurs. Generally, it would be amounts of around 250,000 to $1 million. And depending on how many shares the companies have and how they're set up and how their financial trajectory is set up. And then they're also they would also be attracting other equity partners. So we wouldn't be the only fund involved. There would be many other investors that would also be involved in this. We're proposing an investment committee that's made up of Navajo members and that approves the investments. So how we plan to get this done in the next year. We do have to raise money for program costs. The amount of money that's in the SSBCI program that we can use to pay for our costs is not going to be enough. So we need to raise money for that. We are looking to do some marketing to find the companies we would be lending to, and also companies who are interested in the equity financing piece. We also want to look at identifying policies that facilitate this lending on the Navajo Nation. How can we look at utilizing business site leases as collateral for some of the higher dollar amounts? But also what other businesses on the nation are looking for funding, and how can we structure those opportunities for SSBCI funds? And then we are looking to create a thesis for our venture capital fund, which would identify the type of companies we would be looking for to finance with those funds. We understand that the SSBCI funds is a significant pathway to entrepreneurship, which also increases household income, retaining wealth in our communities, as well as achieving self-determination. And so those are some of the outcomes that we are hoping to achieve. Yeah, thank you. Here is all of our information. Myself and Heather as co-founders, Christine Laughter as the director of the Kinship Loan Program, and Swarovski Little as the loan officer. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Can we get a motion in a second to accept the report? Motion. Second. Yeah. Well, thank you guys very much. Committee members, any questions or comments on the presentation? Not hearing any. Okay, are we ready? You good? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Slacker and Stago. Good to see you again. Just a little, my first question is, thank you. The idea that there's no roadmap to say, okay, how can we get to something to become a reality? My question is there any possibility that any of your current businesses that you've helped or current startup or current businesses that you want to help startup to create, to do a presentation as well to say, okay, these are our success stories? I don't know if that's available to do that, but that'd be really good to tell your story, because that really helps the process and us to say, okay, these are the dynamics of one, this is what we do, it's our success story and our success rate, but also this is very helpful because we're looking for other ways and other means to have further Navajo companies be formed or Navajo entrepreneurs be established, and how they can be your organization, help beacon them through the process in order for more and more people to become more economically aware or business aware of what they can accomplish. So I don't know if you have that, if you have success stories that you're willing to share, or if they're actually willing to do that, because that would really be good to help tell your story as well. And that, I think that, because you're looking for buying some of these bigger initiatives, but I think some of our colleagues who might not know who you are, really probably need to be more, I don't want to say educated on it, but maybe just have some more input on individual, I guess, components in order for them to go ahead and understand what you guys do, how you guys help out entrepreneurs, how you help out communities in order for your process to go ahead and have these building blocks across the Navajo Nation in order for us to be more economically solve or have an economic opportunity in communities where there's nothing available right now. So I don't know if you guys are able to share those success stories. That's my question. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. Committee members, any other questions right now? No? Okay, go back to Change Labs. Can I answer Delegate Damon?
Well, I'd like to answer that question. We do actually do a lot of storytelling at Change Labs. We do collect a lot of data and information from the members who've gone through our programming. Interestingly enough, last year I was actually part of a pitch competition on behalf of Change Labs, and I did actually highlight one of our members in that pitch competition. Actually, she's one of your fellow delegates, Cheryl Inyazi from Del Contisto area. I actually did do a presentation regarding the success of her business because she was actually part of our program. And we actually talked about how she was able to use her loan dollars to help grow her business, grow her farm, and how she was able to use that money during the pandemic to continue her farm. And so we do have those stories that we do share, and we continue to talk about how other businesses are doing. But yes, we would absolutely love to be able to share all of that with you. We just completed another story about one of our members who we are actually going to be using to advertise our upcoming kinship loan program. So we would love to be able to share those stories with you.
Yeah, I'll just add that, so we have, I believe now 52 graduates of our incubator. Now, mind you, this was over 10 years. Well, 2015 is, I think, when we launched our, so 8 years. But, you know, in 2020, as you may imagine, we did have a lot of closures of those businesses from the pandemic. But we did have a couple that survived the pandemic, mostly in the area of tourism. And part of that was because we launched kinship lending during that time. We provided $5,000 loans to 43 entrepreneurs in a matter of 2 months in the summer of 2020 to try to support them. At that time, you know, we didn't know how long this was going to last. We thought things would be up and running by the end of the summer, you know, that kind of thing. That didn't actually happen. But one of the larger success stories that you may or may not know about is that we have it that was actually in our very first cohort is Shushtina Echo Retreat out of Page. They started with just one tent. They now have, I think, 5 sites that they rent out through Airbnb to visitors. They're booked throughout the entire, from spring through fall. They also have a branding line that of products that they sell through Macy's.com. So a partnership with Macy's that they where they have products designed around them and their location. They also have a product line of collectibles that people can purchase. That are little plastic figurines, and it's a partnership with a toy company. So they've been able to expand just that campground to several different products now, and homeline products. And then we also have another company there in the same area in tourism, Mystical Antelope Canyon. And they came to us initially, and we helped them to get set up to launch their from their campground to their tour company. That's been a little bit rough through the pandemic, and also they're dealing with grazing issues and things like that. So I think one of the stories that we can tell is that a lot of times when we have a company that gets started, we have a long-term relationship with them. They come back to us when they're having issues with either land disputes or land issues, or they need capital, or they have issues with their website or branding or things like that. So I think that we don't do a good enough job of highlighting our work with our alumni, and that is something we've been talking about. And I think we do need to definitely, you know, get those stories out there and find a way to have that outlet. So I do appreciate that. I think that's a really great feedback for us.
Committee members, any follow-up?
To turning to resources and I'm just trying to help promote your company a little more to making sure that there's any kind of, because there's so many of the managers, individuals who have good ideas, but I guess in order for you guys to start working through dialogue and picking up that you all partake in a lot of different like business expos or any kind of outreach towards like communities like Chatham. I don't know if you guys do that.
Well, right now, we have participated in like the Navajo Nation Economic Summit to be out there in the presence of the small business owners. We actually are part of what we call it's the Navajo eShip Coalition, Navajo Entrepreneurship Coalition. We work with the Diné Chamber, and then also we work with the law office of Joseph Austin out of the Tucson area. What was the name of their organization? ACES School. So we've actually worked with them, and we actually brought an event to the Navajo Nation for the last 2 years, and that was the All Roads Lead to Chaco. All Roads Lead to Chaco event. People don't know what that is, but what that is really it's a event where we bring Navajo business together. We've invited chapters, we've invited members of council to come to this, and of course, all the small business owners out there, so that we could bring people together so people can collaborate and talk amongst themselves around what is happening on Navajo with businesses and what some of the opportunities are. So we've done that. Right now, our co-working space is in Tuba City, and we're building that relationship. And we've been building a relationship with the Tuba City chapter now for the last 5 years. Because we did want to have a presence in the Tuba City community. There's some things that Tuba City chapter has actually asked Change Jobs to take up, like, we've done a lot of work to help promote their flea market there in Tuba City. So that's something that we've done to really work in that particular community. We are looking to expand into the Shiprock community. We're looking at taking up some space there at the shopping center so we can have a presence there. And then there's other plans to move into other communities. So we have done that work to get out there. We do have events where we invite members and alumni to our events. We try to do that throughout the year. So we have many things happening. Something we do here with Change Jobs is on Monday mornings, we all rotate and we have office hours where we set up appointments for community members, entrepreneurs who want to meet with us. And so we do get out. I want to say that I think we do have an opportunity to be more present in the chapters and being at the individual chapters and sharing about Change Labs. We haven't gotten to that point right now. It's more around doing work with the entrepreneurs directly.
Thank you. I believe our chair has a question. Chair Birch.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Welcome, Vice Chair Casey Johnson. Good morning. Good to see everybody. I just have a question about the technicality between the Division of Economic Development and Change Labs. I know that there was a part of your report that was talking about the small business initiative. Could you break down to the committee the sources of SSBCI funding, whether it's coming directly from the federal government or from the state or from the Navajo Nation, and then the status of the MOU from the Navajo Nation and
Before we answer that, I have to step out. I'm gonna let Christine and Bosky, I have a meeting right now with the investment committee of Sorensen, so I'm gonna let them answer the questions, but they're capable, so.
So the way that SSBCI works, Madam Chair, is that so back in 2021, the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development approached Change Labs. They let Change Labs, know that they were going to be receiving some money through SSBCI, and that was coming directly from the federal treasury. And so they approached us and they said, we have this money coming down. We really need to deploy this money. And we know that Change Labs has a micro loan program. So how can Change Labs participate in this? And so Heather Fleming was very instrumental in preparing the application and providing information to DED about the work that we are doing and how we could help them through this process. And at that time, before all of this started, there was a lot of interaction between Change Labs, DED, DOJ. There were other attorneys that were involved in the process. Pilar Thomas was also involved with this whole process early on. And so there was an agreement that was made between Change Labs and DED at that time so that we could participate in this whole process. And so,
Can you pause for a second?
yes.
I'm gonna take it outside. Sorry.
So Change Labs moved ahead and they have decided back in 21 to be part of this process. And so we have been working with alongside DED since that time. We've had meetings with DOJ, DED, and the attorneys who were involved in this whole process. And so we were actually, again, like I said, Heather was one of the authors in the application. And we submitted our part. We've been involved in submitting the leverage tables that the federal treasury requires for this whole process so that we can receive the money. And the money is actually going to come to Navajo Nation Department of Economic Development. They're the ones who are receiving the money, and then we are an administrative entity. So then they would send the money to Change Labs, and then Change Labs would take our part. And like we said, we do have partners that we're partnering with. So one of the partners is Nusenda Credit Union. The money that we are working with Nusenda on would go to Nusenda. They would take that. They would hold that because that's part of the loan guarantee. And then the other part would go to Native Community Capital. They will take that money and then they will hold that money while they go through their process of lending that money out. So that is what our involvement has been with DED over the last 2 years.
That answer your question, Chair Parrish?
Well, just going off of that, so has there been agreement to the MOU? Do you have an MOU, or is there going to be some kind of well, it wouldn't be a grant agreement, it would be an MOU with the organization. Has that gone through the process and been approved?
That is actually right now, we won't have that MOU in place until the money actually comes down. So there is a document, and it's also, we are waiting for that money to come down, and then that document will be signed. We've actually worked with our attorneys, and then also the attorneys at DOJ and the attorney Pilar Thomas that DED is using. So there is an MOU. It won't be executed until the money is received from the Treasury. So it's there. Nusenda Credit Union also has a copy of that MOU because they are going to be involved in this lending process. So there is no MOU right now between DED, but everything is ready to go, and it won't be signed until the money is actually received from Treasury.
I have a question. I guess, Lecter, you know a little more about this, and when the Navajo Nation asked for money for SPCC money, SPBB, ABBC money, now there's funding grants that are available, and then you have outside entities, third-party entities that might be helping assist Navajo. Does those funds get taken away from the tribe, or is it just like one big pot of funding that's available that is open to the rest of the Indian?
Was there a set aside within SSBCI? Yeah, there was a set aside for tribes. And then there was also set aside, I think, for like disadvantaged minority witnesses type thing, but yeah, it makes sense for those class funding.
So I guess my question back to you then, Vice Chair, is when outside organizations like Angel Labs ask for funds, do they take a portion?
It's out of Navajo.
Oh,
So we're the ones who decide.
Okay,
It's
so
not directly the treasurer.
so it's added Navajo's, portion of it.
Okay, they're basically one of the people delivering a part of the program.
Okay.
Anything else? You got any questions?
So I got a question, I guess. Maybe. So what is your time frame? And to executing an MOU with the nation? That's my question.
When that money, so what happened is in the last 6 months or so, the Navajo Nation DED submitted the application for the SSBCI funds. And that application was submitted, but then it was returned because they had some questions on the application. And so what we've been working with DED over the last, I want to say the last 3 months, is we've been actually going back and forth with DED on that, on those revisions is what we're going to call it, the revisions to the application. And we actually are going to be going to DED this afternoon to meet with the folks over there to finalize that revision, the application revisions. And because we've been really involved with that because, you know, we want to make sure that what we're doing is acceptable to Treasury. And so we are going to be meeting with them this afternoon. We're hoping that by the end of this week that they will be able to submit those revisions to Treasury. And when that application is submitted, we're hoping that within the next 2 to 3 months that the Navajo Nation DED will receive those Treasury dollars from SSBCI. And when the Navajo Nation receives those SSBCI dollars, and then that's when we will move forward with the MOU with the Navajo Nation with DED. So it could be about 2 months before that will happen.
Any other questions, any other discussion? Okay, for members, no further questions or discussion, we'll vote on this report. We have a motion from Delegate Dane and a second from Delegate Gay. Chair Barrett, how do you vote? Delegate Dane, how do you vote? I'll agree. Delegate Crowley, how do you vote? Delegate Gay, how do you vote? Agree. Okay, we have 4. That's what we leave from it.
Delegate Azar is going to.
Okay. We have 4 in favor and 0 opposed, 2 delegates not voted. Chair, do you want to take it back over? Well, we'll take out Maris. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank Gillespie and tell Jessica too.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Wait, you know? So I came in,
What is that?
I mean, I already released it.
Your lead picture.
Yeah.
That's why you're just diving in later. And you, we should have it this week. David. This week. Budget isn't signed yet, but Ms. Knock, I said at the exec office, might be done at some point today. And I think that just leaves the legislative, what I wanted to know was on the revisits, are we gonna combine them all to tomorrow, or are we gonna start with any of them today?
I believe the revisions that are on the agenda require documents and the committee expressed that we would have them before the committee on Wednesday. So I think they're still, and for the executive branch, if they won't have their documents ready, somebody they. That's why I was running around. $55,000.
It's all sitting there.
I'm expecting a green vote for that one. I know. I know.
I'll take the blame. No matter what. Okay, I know how to take the blame. You learn how to take the blame.
Are we almost there?
So, good afternoon to, or almost good morning, good late. Because you guys and everybody, I was stepping out, so there are some resolutions, two resolutions, one resolution from the Law and Order Committee and one from non-DSG that are almost complete with our internal administrative processes, so I was kind of looking after them and looking at where they were, but I just want to thank the Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel for their diligent work in making sure these resolutions get before the budget and finance, so that we can continue our comprehensive budget discussion. So that brings us to where we currently are in our agenda. This morning, we have the modification to include resolution number NABIAU 2223, an action relating to the Legislative Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the legislative branch relating to the matters to in the Navajo Nation's FY 2024 comprehensive budget, and this budget is for the legislative branch. Before us, we have the author of the resolution, Crystal and Charlie. We also have the chief of staff of the office of the speaker, Mr. Manuel Rico. And this morning, we are going to, the committee will give the time over to. Okay, I've got an update, committee members, that the Department of Public Safety is in the enforcement process, so it is almost complete. We'll check back with the Office of Legislative Services after this resolution. Okay, so again, we're gonna give the time over to our presenter today on resolution NABIAU 2223. Speaker Curley.
Yat A. Shahat, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair.
Okay, just for clarity, it's a report, so. Speaker.
Oh, so Yat A. Hana, Chair, Madam Chair, Shandin Parrish, and also Vice Chair Slater, Speaker Damon, and to the members, the delegate, Shazak, Delegate Begay, the Shadid Delegate Claudia. Thank you to our advisors here. Before us, we have NABIAU 22-23. Just a recap from Nabiki etiquette last week regarding our budget. Just a little background information. We did start our budget preparation before the three-branch meeting. And so that helped us identify what were some of the legislative priorities within the legislative branch.
I apologize. The committee has already established a process.
Okay.
So the process is that we're going to go with the Office of Management and Budget over the budget summary first.
Okay. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I just saw Ms. Francisco walk in.
Yeah.
Okay, next brand is.
Madam Chair, members of the committees. Good morning. I'm Nanette Francisco with OMB. I'll be reading the third quarter budget status report. You have 2 pages of that. I'm going to read the second page. The general fund total amount for the original budget is 18,588,526. The revised budget is 23,772,772.68. Actual $12,598,924.56. Encumbrance is $1,161,684.83. Budget available $9,837,163 and 29% is 58.31. They have one special revenue, which is a proprietary. And the original budget is 1,000. The revised is 36,414. Actual 0. Encumbrance is 35,414. Budget available is 1,000. Percent is 97.25. Going on to the next. You have your performance assessment scores for the third quarter. And you have 24 programs listed for the third quarter. Your average score is 3.68. Based on the average, they're meeting their expectations. And then going on to D, you have your plan of operation report for the legislative branch. And if you notice, there's some that are highlighted, those need to be updated. And then going on to condition of appropriation, legislative concern, there is none for the legislative branch. Please report.
Francisco, where's the budget committee? Do we have a the office of management and budget?
Number.
And I'm the first person to be because I can't even balance my check. I did find a $1,000 discrepancy. The OMB report shows in this. I'm sorry, in the first budget. So BNF Budget Finance Committee, $68,038. In that same box in the final Navikia resolution, it's only $67,038. So there's a $1,000 difference, and that skews the column all the way to the right, the far right column, 76,000 versus 75,000. And it skews the far right bottom number from 19,161 and $23 to $19,166 and $23. So, but I understand that a corrected exhibit A has been passed out by someone. So I will. Thank you, Mr. Robbie.
There is a discrepancy, but they have corrected it.
They have corrected it. And but the resolution. Okay, so this is what you passed out.
Yeah.
So this will need to be added to. Okay. Remember to say that we added to the company.
Should we just help me understand? I thought that's why we were doing either revisits or having the staff fix the resolution.
So. The revisits were for the discrepancies that were found on resolutions that did not have a document prepared to as it gives that. come back to the committee to prepare the document, but, it appears that they have done that work already. So the committee, has the corrected document and benefits, the other resolutions that the committee found, the, difference of them, those required a little bit more time, that's why I committee revisiting to vote on the report. But we did the time on the later meetings, because it's already here, so the report can be accepted with this, knowing that this will be used for comprehensive budget legislation, rather than this, erroneous season.
Or they can fix the navigated resolution with this new document. Was it, I'm sorry. Okay.
The committee can add a directive to approve the report to ensure that OLC will consider this document. However, the committee should. What?
Legal and service.
But we can't, because the budget and finance committee cannot reapprove the resolution as it is. We can't do anything to the Navigated state resolution, but we can amend it for the comprehensive budget.
Yeah, I don't see why we're having so many issues with these resolutions. That's why we need to, well, we could talk about them in the budget, because I know we a legislative concern, because there's something internally happening on why we keep seeing these documents that are not fully vetted before the resolution comes before.
Thank you, Shada, for raising that. That is necessary point to make, and we've made that when every chair has come before the budget and finance committee. Mr. Hawley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick clarification. This corrected exhibit A, it's not gonna go into the budget legislation. It's gonna be given to OMB, and then they'll use that to compile the big budget book. But it is a recognition by Budget and Finance Committee that a corrected exhibit will be provided to OMB rather than the erroneous exhibit that was attached to the legislation. So
I think Mr. Hawley, committee members, that concludes the office manager and budget report, but are there any questions for OMB?
Yeah,
Commissioner Slater?
I just wanted to, what are the discrepancies between these two?
If you take a look at the first column under the FY 2024, where it says proposed general fund budget, the final resolution for Navikia Tech Committee, the exhibit A, for the second line down from the top where it says budget and finance committee, the final resolution of exhibit A is $67,038. And so it's $1,000 off. And then the OMB report, that same box shows $68,038. Oh, I'm sorry, the business unit number is 101003 for budget and finance committee. So somehow, someone missed 1,000 there, but a revised exhibit, including that 1,000 was just passed out. So that's what everyone has done.
Vice Chair Slater, do you have further questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Francisco.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all for the budget. We're gonna put a time over to sponsor.
Thank you again, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you for allowing us to do this report this morning. And just a question to that $1,000. So initially it was supposed to go, so if you look at the Navajo Nation Code Enterprise Fund, 901001. So that was mistakenly put, that $1,000 was mistakenly put into a different account from OMB, so that was supposed to go under budgetary fund. For retired, okay, we say it's so cool in here. So that has always been set aside by OMB, so however, when we got these sheets, it was mistakenly put into a different one. So we gained $1,000, so when we revisited and we decided where to put that $1,000, so that's where the increase for budget and finance went up by 1,000. So during last week during my budget meeting, we did request that there will be an amendment just to that $1,000, but however, we did accept the legislation in the consent agenda, so we didn't have that opportunity to swipe exhibits out during that time. So, but you do have the correct information in front of you today. Just some highlights. You can see there's an increase within the Office of the Speaker's budget for roughly around 474,000. Initially, it was supposed to be around 550,000. That was during the 3-branch chief agreement meeting where we came to an agreement that legislative protection services is highly needed as a new program underneath legislative branch within the Office of the Speaker. So you do see that huge increase in contractual services. It is in contractual services due to the draft for the legislative protection services is still being drafted. So once we have an adopted plan of operation, then that money will be put into that program. So as of now, that is within contractual services. And also, one of the biggest difference from last year's budget is also the reduced budget for elections by 100,000. This is due to also going back to the 3-branch chiefs meeting where 300,000, we put that as a new item within the fixed costs for elections in an amount of 300,000. So this is just being proactive to elections this coming year with the chapters, and also just having that apart at least 2 years in advance for each of our elections process. Because once election happens, you know, there's always that routine of always supplemental requests coming from elections to fund the whole election. So we took that proactive approach to put that part of as a fixed cost. So that's why it has a reduction of 100,000. But overall, they'll be claiming back 200,000 just due to just being included within the fixed cost. Also, another huge difference from last year's budget is also the LDA program. This year it is fully funded, so that does include salary and insurance. I believe when we talked at Navikia last week, the only thing that was not fully funded was their cell phone usage, which is most likely will be unmet need of 21,000 for the whole year for LDA phones. But overall, the whole standing committees have increased from last year. This is just due to being back in person. And so we did account for that for a lot of the traveling and the stipends for the standing committees. So you can see that increase as well. So that's where some of the 550K that was initially put aside for the legislative protection programs, at least about 65,000 was split up back. We took some of it out to supplement some of the standing committees budgets. So that's why we just didn't go with the whole 550K for the LPS program. So we did give a portion back to the standing committees, this being back in person. So those were just significant changes that we did for for the whole legislative office branches. As you can see, some programs that get cuts, such as Government Office of Government Development. And so we did have that whole budget process within the 43 branch agreement. And we did also consider, this is before the IDC numbers came out, so some of them, after the IDC numbers were identified, some of the programs did have an increased budget amount. But I'll also turn the floor over to our chief of staff if I forgot to mention any other huge differences. But we did just go off base from last year's budget amounts and then just looking at their Form 2 goals. So that's how we came back to the final decisions. But overall, we just have a slight increase from last year's budget from the 18 million. I believe it was around 600,000 that we had an increase of. Chief.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Going on, continuing into the LD program, we did, when we put the amounts together, the LDA program did go up by, I think it shows 60,000, and they continue to increase due to the GWA. And even though they're politically appointed, they still go by the scale. So every time you guys give a GWA, the council, then theirs goes up too. So a lot of it comes from their fringe benefits as well. We tried to give them as much mileage as we could. They do return quite a bit at the end of the fiscal year. So what we have is for 6 months at 515 miles. So hopefully that's enough to get them through the fiscal year. One thing that we did with our departments is, as Speaker indicated, we started working with them before the 3-branch chief agreement, and there was some requests for unmet needs. However, once we started adjusting, remember there was an error in the percentages. I think it was the fringe percentages, and it went from like 56% to like 34 or 43. 34, I think it was. So when we made those adjustments to all the budgets, it freed up some operations money for the department. So most of our departments pretty much were pretty satisfied with their budgets. The committee budgets, I did reach out to the advisors and had them present a budget that they felt was the needs of their committees. So we left it up to them. I think that's it, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Speaker Curley and Chief of Staff and the Rachel for the presentation today. Committee members, is there a motion to accept the reports? Vice Chair Slater, motion, do we have a second? Speaker Newman, second the motion. Colleagues, do you have any questions in regards to the work that is very FY 2024? Shadow Delegate Amber County.
Yes, I just would need that unmet need budget. When we're looking to give district assistants. And so we have maybe this is the challenge. As of June 30th, we have a number of programs that are under expending. But it looks like we provided additional support to the programs, including committees. And so I just want to get an idea now as your budget that you're proposing, Speaker Curley. I have made a request to get a monthly breakdown of the expenditures as delegates seems to be just as critical with our expenditures when we are with programs and with the executive offices, because we have asked committees for their priorities and how they're moving forward to address some of the systemic issues across the nation. Right now, we have raising permit fees for a meeting at the museum because their transfers haven't taken place. And so it has to be this council and leadership to start addressing these issues for our people. And if we don't have priorities, then how do we keep ourselves accountable? So we can give ourselves additional money to go travel. I'm not exactly sure then how, the committee, so budget and finance, we have our priorities. And we could go back and reflect to see how we're doing, and we might do that after on a quarterly basis. I think that we're receiving an increase in our budget, but we've only, we're underspending as of this report. And matter of fact, I would say about 90% of the programs, maybe 85% of the programs that the legislative are underspending. If you could give me an idea in terms of, not for the sake of just traveling, but then our committee setting the, or are they prioritizing like public hearings? Or are they prioritizing how they are going to start resolving some of the issues that the communities have expressed? What would be the metric then that we would need to create so that legislative branch is accountable for this budget as we move forward? And in terms of, we would also need to know from your office with your staff, because the question, I'm trying to remember what was asked by executive to give us an idea too for your staff, what they're assigned to complete, what are their assignments. I'm not exactly sure like how you onboard your staff, then let us know, like for budget and finance, we've been asking for a staff particular to us who has a background in either finance or let's say like MPA that has a government accounting background of policy work, because we just received the audit and there's areas that the nation needs to implement so that we have stronger internal financial structures. So I think it's always going back to what's the role the council plays in the laws that we pass. How can we make sure those are being implemented? And then reviewing those laws, right? Because I'm looking at what Office of Government Development is supposed to provide. And they received an increase, but they, I think they're under expenditure, right? Yeah, they're under expending. And when we go to the OMB performance, and maybe because it's like self-grading, when we go to the OMB, they're saying they're meeting their expectations. But when I look at their expectations, I don't see, I don't see them drafting government reform proposals, or I don't see them empowering the Navajo people by proposing amendments to initiative procedures. I don't see public engagement regarding Navajo government reform project proposals. And I don't see development proposals for alternative form of central and chapter governments. So that's really what we're hearing from our community members. How do we bridge the gap of what's being decided here in Window Rock? And if they're an office and a commission and understanding, the Supreme Court's decision about the commission, I'm talking then about staff and the staff then producing these documents, that even that would justify the existence of those staff. So they have to produce it and they have to provide it to our Navajo people so that we could, as 24 delegates, we need all of those other programs to be working in conjunction and then giving us recommendations from the people. Talking at a level that we probably cannot access because of our schedule, but I want to see then how I'll be developing, I want to hear your answer and then I want to help by developing the legislative concern, because then at least we'll put it on the record that this is what we're being monitoring and receiving reports in some of the quarters. But if I could have those questions answered right now, just be very appreciated.
I'm gonna give the time back over to the sponsors. Just early.
Thank you, Chair. Just gonna go down line for some of the comments or some of the questions that you have raised. We'll work with our OLS with the admit needs for the LEA program. I know there was a draft that was already floating around, but we can specifically to the numbers. And also to we're still underspending this due to the supplemental request or the supplemental that we got from the UFB, what, 2 months ago? A month and a half ago, so some of those money are still there too. And then with staff assignments. Yeah. And then with the staff assignments, underneath the office of the speaker, I know that some of the questions that were asked was, I think this is the important opportunity for our plans of operation. So we do have that on the agenda tomorrow. So a lot of the duties and responsibilities of what staff within the office of the speaker should be outlined and on how management should be underneath the office of the speaker. So formerly there was just political appointees and the special assignments that they were tasked to. So a part of our plans of operation is to address that, to be more, I guess, more direct on what each staff members or staff assistants should be doing. Currently, how our staffing is set up is staff are assigned to different standing committees, and we also have communications. We also have finance. Right now, our finance is partially almost fully staffed. We do have our chief of staff and our executive assistants that keep track of, you know, their internal. But majority of our legislative staff assistants are assigned to different standing committees and also different subcommittees that were formed. So once, you know, council starts framing our whole priorities, that's when we start to make those adjustments. But overall, that's one of the reasons why we wanted to have a plans of operation for the office of the speaker. So hopefully we can have that more detailed conversation during Navikia today. And with Office of Government Development, there is we did have a cut of 6,526. So the same concerns that you brought up, you know, there's some of the same concerns that I brought up myself. I used to formerly work at government development, so I know the entails of what the staffing should be doing and working with the commission. As of right now, you know, there's no fully a real identified initiative from Office of Government Development, but I know there were some of the concerns that we already informed them of when it comes to budget, but they did have a slightly cut of 6,526. And if there's that need for legislative concern, then I'm going to help you with that as well. Should I? So.
So then I'll make the legislative concern. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Requesting my delegate I'm gonna say the Office of Navajo Government Development in cooperation. I don't know if it would be with their commission or just the office themselves. By the end of the first quarter fiscal year 2024, to take all appropriate and necessary actions to address and resolve the following. To provide amendments to the initiative procedure and plan for public engagement. By the end of the quarter noted above, the responsible entities should present a written report and or verbal report if so requested to the Navigation Committee regarding the completion or ongoing status of the efforts to address and resolve the above legislative concern. Do you want me to add more to that legislative concern? It's actually one of the, it's the performance measure. They're indicating they're meeting it, but there has been no evidence of them meeting this measure.
You're talking about the public initiatives, or anyone really put it out for that measure? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, so if you have the budget under tab 5. will be the, government development. And so budget two is their performance criteria. So I looked at the O and B. And the O and B, they're self-reporting, so they're saying they're meeting it. So, but I haven't seen anything created by this office. Since, I think the last thing they requested was to increase the president's salary. About 5 years ago. Was that 5 years? Salary.
One of these 4 boxes, did that indicate, no report or not being, that what that number would be?
Well, that means that they would draft those. They're reporting they're reading this, but I'm not sure their metric. But I'm asking them to report it to send it to the committee. Those are all the ones they're supposed to be doing. Have 5, budget form 2. I think they're planning that for 25 years.
We need with the director of the office of national government development to be the person responsible for sending them a quiz. Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry, by the end of first quarter.
You know what's missing from the O and D report? The art. You're all freezing.
Yes.
It's really budgeted to find out, and it's pretty off and it's hot. So. Yesterday you got, we opened the door, you're not allowed to sweat together, so you're not keep it cold. So the person go, can I ask that question? Is there an art part for the legislative savings? Would that mean?
Madam Chair, members of the committee. When we put this report together, our CG, contracted grant section, or OMB, they didn't provide a report, so I'm not sure if there is ARPA.
Now I remember, sorry. I remember it was, the OMB for executive had the legislative ARPA office, the OMB report. So we just need a corrected report from the OMB for OMB.
Okay, great, but Mr. Mitchell was pointing out to the committee. They were.
Yeah, that. Okay, so we could just. Well, because I wanted to make a legislative. Okay, so, the. Office of the, so I'm gonna have another legislative. The office of the speaker, incorporated with. By the end of first quarter fiscal year 2024, to take all appropriate and necessary actions to address and resolve the following. Expenditure of the ARPA dollars allocated to the legislative branch. So by the end of the quarter noted above, the responsible entity should present a written report or verbal report if so requested to non-PHA committee. And in this address and how to resolve what's said right here. Like, regarding the completion or ongoing status of efforts to address and resolve the above mentioned legislative concerns. Which report would include any explanation of any funding shortfalls, those laws, regulations, and our policies that should be amended. Or other obstacles preventing resolution of the legislative concern. That report was just where we're at. I think it's been 2 years since the legislative record. If not, we could pay everyone into waiver. I'm not going into right now.
Mr. Pike, do you need any clarification on the request? I believe I have it, resolve expenditures of ARPA FRF money allocated to the legislative branch. I'm gonna put down the speaker, since the speaker is the director of the office of the speaker, or do you want the chief of staff? Or who do you want?
I'll defer to Speaker Curley. Who do you want to identify in the legislative concern? Your chief of staff?
You
Or
can do
yourself?
both. I can do myself.
Okay, so speaker should present written verbal report to number 10, citing the shortfalls, lost policy rules to be amended to accomplish the legislative. I think I have. Should it be a legislative concern for questions? Committee members, we have questions on the report given by the speaker on the proposed legislative branch budget. Secretary, do you have any questions? Delegate Gates, do you have questions? Can we call for questions? Third call for questions? Amen. Ms. Nelson, can you do a roll call vote to accept today's report on the legislative branch proposed budget? Yes, so Madam Chairman, we'll vote on the accepting of the report. Honorable Logan Gay and Will. Thank you, Honorable Logan Gay and Green. Honorable Underwood, Party Having Great, Senator Green. Thank you for being here on the number. And I've got Party Green, Honorable Sustainable Having Will. Thank you, Honorable Sustainable Green, Honorable Twitter Having Will. Honorable Green. Now, after excused and, oh, yes, sorry. Madam Chair, we have 4 members will be determinative. 0 opposed. And nothing excused, and Madam Chair, not voting, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Committee members, action on the report. Thank you, Speaker Curley. For your report today. Colleagues, our agenda today, we are at the end of receiving reports. However, the Office of Legislative Services has notified the committee or has shared with me that resolution NADI 2123 on the proposed executive branch budget is available. Yes, and also the Department of Public Safety resolution is also able for the committee to take action on. Vice Chair Slater?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to motion to amend the agenda. Add a new stage, executive office and 6 public safety. But we not need 123, and then what's the resolution number for public safety?
I don't have that. You don't have that. That you just say.
Oh, so it hasn't been.
Yes.
All right, so I'll just add on the executive office. The 2023.
Okay. But you have by motion on the floor to add a report, which is on legislative on the resolution 2123. Do we have a second to the motion? Shut it up, Amber, Jim, regarding the motion. I just Question, nothing either, or how about-
Yes, on the top. Yeah. Thank you, Arnold, Gabriel Green, Arnold African, Party, any vote?
Santiago Green, thank you.
Thank you, it should be Arnold African, Party, Green, Arnold, Damon, how do you vote?
Or,
Thank you, Arnold, Damon, Arnold, Party, how do you vote? Thank you, Arnold, Party, Green. Mark Everett is excused, Madam Chair, we have 4 members voting only affirmative. We're opposing, 1 member excused, Madam Chair not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. With our colleagues, we are able to consider the resolution in 21-23, API, 21. The sponsor is present, Commissioner Curley is here. Speaker
At the chief justice here, then her budget, speaker, then her budget.
Arvin,
What is the president?
Mr. President.
Are you not the president?
Should we call it?
You should have.
I'd like to rescind my funding my advance.
If the committee switched to hear from the president, we can rescind the motion. Yeah. Added it to the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just,
Friday, I was confused. The, the book that I did a book.
I didn't excuse anybody on Friday.
You didn't get it.
And you just.
The president.
is not available, I think it's.
The speaker is here, the chief justice was with us yesterday. Are you going to acknowledge that, Mr. Mitchell?
No, it's what,
That the president is sent you as a proxy, do you have a letter?
do I have a letter?
All right, committee members, we're going to go to our agenda. We have the resolution before us. Committee members, we're gonna go to the office of management and budget for their preliminary report. If there are there any objections? Hearing none, next time, please go. Welcome to the big black chair again.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Be reading the third quarter budget status report for executive offices. Original budget is $7,016,377. A revised budget is $8,630,107.44. Your actual is $4,429,840.80. Encumbrance is $330,036.86. Budget available is $3,870,229.78. Percentage is 55.15. Going on to the third quarter's performance assessment report. You have 23 programs The average score for the third quarter is 2.49. And the rating means they need improvement. D is the third quarter plan of operation status. And you see a number of them are shaded, so these need to be updated. And you notice that the first lady or Navajo Youth Advisory Council doesn't have a plan of operation. And then going on to E, your condition of appropriation and legislative concerns, there are none. That concludes OMB's report.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Francisco. Committee members, do we have questions on the office of management and budget? For the office of management and budget? Kevin? Still, everything for present.
Thank you. So this one, so, I noticed that on your that you combine the executive and legislative. If you could just fix that. I know that we're at the end of the OD report, which is, but we could fix that to identify which one is under executive, and which one is under legislative. But I have the legislative for the article. I just want to be able to track it as we move forward. Thank you. And I wanted to ask, so if the Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council does not have a plan of operation, do you know what year that was established and how often does OMB draw down those dollars without a plan of operation?
There is one.
So David, that's my question.
Yeah, Shredder, I'm gonna turn the time over to Ms. Francisco.
Madam Chair, members of the committee. Delegate Crotty's question on the expenditure report for the external funds. I'll have with my CGF staff and get with them and then have them revise the budget or the schedule. And the question on the final operation for the advisory council, I'll have the program or Arthur Mitchell answer that question.
Thank you. Mr. Francisco, give the time over to Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. Although Cal National Diapagi. Present now is 90. Although for the record, Arvin Mitchell, also president, vice president, deputy chief of staff. Although then the question. They plan an operation for the youth council. I don't remember the year, but there is a plan of operation. There is a plan of operation. I believe during the time of President Begay, Russell Begay, there was a plan of operation put in place. So when I was executive staff assistant for President Nez last year, I did amend that plan of operation. That was my one of my presentation over at NABI committee. I said, it's ready to be introduced on the legislative side. So there is a plan of operation. So when you look at the OMB's report, it says no plan of operation. There needs to be a correction. There is one. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other clarification on the OMB report at this time, and then we get into the presentation on the budget?
So I just want to make a note, Mr. Hockey, that we'll need plan of operations that have been stated to, if that'll be a legislative concern in the future, so that would be the office president, vice president, Navajo Nation Washington office, Navajo Hopi Land Commission office, office of Miss Navajo. I think we may have just updated the executive protection service program. The office of the first and office of the first lady, and I'll get you the list for legislative. That's what I forgot. I have no further questions.
Okay, the plan of operation. By which quarter,
quarter, maybe third quarter, I think I'd say, third quarter. So it's ready for next quarter.
And present to the appropriate committees for approval.
All right. Committee members, do we have further questions on the Office of Management and Budget report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just pointing out discrepancies and I see the reason why. OMB's report shows that the final dollar amount in the far right corner is the same. But the OMB's report shows for Office of Miss Navajo, proposed general fund budget of $250,000. For the Office of First Lady, OMB's report shows $225,000. In the final resolution for Navikiate, the exhibit A shows that about 75,000 was moved out of the Office of First Lady for the proposed general fund budget for 2024 into the proposed general fund budget for Office of Miss Navajo Nation. So Office of Miss Navajo Nation has 325,000 as a proposed amount for FY 2024 and 150,000 for the Office of the First Lady for FY 2024. I just wanted to point that out.
Right. Ms. Oden, the Navikiate committee voted on the amendment, which is included in the resolution.
So the final exhibit A from the Navikiate committee is what the Budget and Finance committee is going with.
Well, that was the recommendation from Navikiate to the Budget and Finance committee. The committee will discuss the recommendations from the Navikiate committee. But just for the record, each of the amendments were voted on by the Navikiate committee. All right, thank you, committee members. If there are no further questions on the report from the Office of Management and Budget, we can go on into the presentation on the report on the offices. All right, hearing none, maybe this time over to the sponsor.
Thank you again, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you for amending your agenda to include the Executive Office's budget report. At this time, I'd like to give the floor over to Mr. Arvin Mitchell, Deputy Chief of Staff at the Office of the President and Vice President, to give us the highlights and overview of the report.
Thank you again. Although on the also the Executive Office program. Let me go back to the last legislative concern. There's two programs, before you do the write-up. There's two legislative concerns that were done over at Navikiate committee pertaining to the final operation, also the president and Navajo Hopi. So just for information. I hand out a report just to recap some of the budgets that we're discussing here. And then I'll get to the Executive Office report. So how we got here for the Navajo Nation FY 24 budget. I know that Budget and Finance Committee is putting a comprehensive budget together, getting all the oversight committee's recommendation into one document. So when you look at the first page, one of the things that we're trying to reconcile is the 201,214,000. So when the revenue projection is realized, it's usually in March or April. That's what we take through the budget process. So the 161,214 is the actual revenue projection. Although the 40 million is coming from the permanent trust. So when you add these two, it comes up to 201. So we're in the second year of the permanent trust. Thankful for the past leaders that put the permanent trust fund together So, if it wasn't for this, it would have been minus 40 million. Though the other one that needs to be highlighted is the 21,555,000. This is also the access from the permit trust issue. This can be used for unmet needs. Hopefully, it's not used for personnel unmet needs. So when you use non-recurring, a lot of times the following year, you get into how do you fund that position? Because it's non-recurring. So the 21.5 is one of the numbers that this committee will be working on for the unmet needs. It is actually the 21.5 million. Though going down, the revenue outlook, what do we have next year? What do we have next year compared to what do we have this year? So next year, looking at the revenue outlook, next year would be 153,814,000. So this year is 161,214,000. So our revenue will go down by probably a good 7 million, 8 million. Although FY 2026, which is 2 years from now, it goes down by 100,000. So this is the outlook. So you don't want to really, add a lot to the 21.5. If it's a 1-year funding, it'll be good. It's not this revenue outlook. Also, what needs to be looked at is the global. How do we generate money? How do we generate money? When you flip to the fourth page, you heard the report from KPMG this morning. The KPMG report, again, this is where I'm getting the numbers. The report should tie into these numbers. You heard the report this morning. He probably covered a lot of them are market driven. Investment took a big hit last year because of whatever. I believe in the amount of 27 million, 28 million. So, this tells you sort of a picture what's out there. Also, another revenue that we need to look at is the oil and gas. When our gas prices goes up, it's good for our budget. That means the barrel of gas or oil has increased. If that happens, and then the consumer feels that when you're paying $4 a gallon, but it's good for our budgeting. Coal, I understand that went up, but we're probably at our tail end of our coal production. So we look at this, coal brought in 37 million. It'll continue at this rate, but eventually we'll run out of coal. The other one, the oil and gas, the differences going to the next one. This is where I heard questions going through the oversight over at Navigatia Committee. What's the differences from last year to this year? The total revenue increase. From last year to this year is 2,779,000. That's the total revenue increase. And then the net general fund for budgeting. When you take out all the set asides and everything, it's 2.2 million, 2,296,000. That's the increase. You'll hear that number. You probably hear that number over at Navigatia Committee. When I've mentioned the 2.2 million how it went to the 2.8. So that's where the increase is the 296,000. Although the permit trust income decreased from last year, 6.3 million. The access was decreased by almost the same amount. So last year, the permit trust was at 27 million. This year, it's 21 million. So the 21 million, is there for usage for unmet needs. Last year, the 27 million, I think we only used like 2 million. The rest went back into the undesignated reserve. So last year, I'll get to the page where it was spent on. The 3-branch chief agreement. When you go to that page and your handout, let me just go by the bullet points here. They had the agreement which was presented to this body. It's pretty much almost the same as the 3-branch. The only difference is that we moved that this committee moved the grazing, the land and farm board, from natural resources into fixed costs. So when you look at the 3-branch agreement, then also the Budget and Finance Committee resolution, there's a increase in fixed costs from 26 to 29 million. And then that created a decrease at the executive branch, and then also at the natural resource, because we moved the money to the fixed costs. That talks about it on that first bullet. Though the other one in the 3 branches, which we still recommend, which the executive branch numerous times I stated that. Also programs that we're presenting to this body and then also to the oversight committee is when you go down to the 3-branch agreement under 2 personnel lapse fund account. Last year we got a GWA. So there is, I think it was 5% GWA. So there is a big impact in terms of funding the personnel. So one of the recommendation, and also we still like to recommend that to this body, is to allocate from the personnel lapse in that amount, probably in this amount, 5.4, to cover last year's GWA for all 3 branches of government here. Although 2 years ago, FY22, we had a GWA too. That was covered when the Budget and Finance Committee passed their resolution last year. So that was already part of the allocation. So in a sense, we're trying to cover 2 GWAs, and with programs that have a lot of personnel, it takes a lot of their monies. But not in Chicago, is how do we get monies from the personnel lapse to cover some of the personnel expense for programs. So although also there's other recommendation in there, like the retirement of 5 million. Also this morning's presentation on the audit report, it was probably mentioned, the audit or numbers as a government, one of the numbers that is a high number that in there is the retirement. A number of years ago, we used to put 5 million in there just to get to the 75% level of funding for that account. Other organizations within the United States, they always say that 75 is pretty average. A lot of government go below that. So when Navajo is being compared to others, we stay at 75. It's a good number. It's a good number.
So let me go down to the third page, which I already mentioned some of the impacts. And you already heard that the impact of the IDC impact. Even though it was raised from 23 million to 23.5, the extra 5 million, the increases went to the fixed costs IDC. So when you look at the page right after the 3-branch agreement, you see the differences IDC. You're looking down column D, which is 24 IDC, and then column E is 23 IDC. And then column F is the difference from last year to this year. So a good example is Office of Attorney General lost IDC in 430,021. And then one of the bigger IDC that was lost to a program is facility maintenance at 539,680. So you look at this comparison on programs that received lost money in IDC. There's only, like I said, most of the programs that got increased is the one in fixed costs. So I think next year we really need to look at the fixed costs. If they have an IDC increase, we shouldn't be given the same amount in general funds. Also, we really need to look at fixed costs, some of the fixed costs that is in the fixed cost allocation. Really need to look at it and make sure that we're not overfunding or underfunding their program, because it's called fixed costs. The other recommendation that we like to put forth is that we have chapter official, we have the grazing official now that are in fixed costs, that are not in fixed costs. Adon later, Mihizani, Adon past week. We have our elders, we have the seniors out there. Deltex is probably came before you, I think, yesterday. And every year they always come before this council asking for supplemental. Yan and Dati. Don't later been that on the sheet and Dati, but no. So it's usually they're running out of funding to operate the full year. So a recommendation is that maybe put them into off the top, if it's not in fixed costs, off the top, where we start allocating some of these monies. So that way, we eliminate, have them come before the Napa Nation Council asking for supplemental. So there'll be, there's that mandatory funding up front and then discretionary. That's how the federal is sort of separated. That's a very important document here that a lot of programs lost IDC. The reason why is that we were in the COVID in 2021. They're using the actual expenditure from 2021. So that is the reason of the low IDC. Hopefully we can get a decrease. Although the other one is the personnel lapse, which I already covered. When you look at one of the impacts, when you look at Exhibit E, last year, this body, Budget and Finance Committee, allocated 9.6 million from the personnel lapse. So these are the programs that receive money from the personnel lapse here. So it's not there anymore. When they appear before you and say that, oh, I lost 5,000 or some amount, this isn't part of their planning base anymore, because it was a one-time funding. So and then
you'll see the bottom line of some of these budgets. Last year was higher because they got money through the personnel lapse or permit trust, or it was moved. So this year, because this isn't there, it's lower. It looks like that somebody cut their budget, but it's not. It's just that how they got funded. So they sent a 9 point something million. When programs comes before you, if they have a big decrease, this is the reason why. The next one, the next page is the permit trust. We allocated these amount, the 4.8 million for general wage adjustment. The veterans got 928. Office of the Controller, 974. Although property management, 289. So when you look at the controller's division, you'll probably see a minus over $1 million. It's because of this funding that they got. And this funding is for personnel to cover some of the layoff last year. So OOC, I believe they already presented their budget. So these are the two pots of money that that programs receive, the personnel lapse, and then also the permanent trust fund income. So issue on bills and dollars going forward. If it's funded right now, next year it's not there. It's not there because it's sort of like a one-time funding. So a quotation. Going back to the third page. I covered this over at Navigated Committee. How was the budgets developed? There was administration, school, and priorities, which I have it listed here. Which although the other one is the individual division strategic priorities. Look at the direct and essential services. Those services that are mandated by law, regulatory enforcement program, professional development for employees. The third bullet, which you cover question being posed from Oversight Committee, which is your Form 2s, your external and general fund expenditure. Those are some of the things that each division is supposed to look at. Making their allocation. If they didn't quite spend that money, why give them another increase? That's the thought. Also, looking at the budget, and how do we enhance, improve our service deliveries? Looking at that, how do you put monies into those areas? So this was the instructions given to the divisions when we were handing out our allocation, although the rest of are just documents that I covered a while ago. So that's just some overviews to cover. Going back to the executive office FY24 proposed budget. Like I stated a while ago, we spent like a good three afternoons over at Navigated Committee. In the Navigated Committee, there was two legislative concerns. Two legislative concerns, and then also one budget, I guess called budget reallocation, from one program to another, which is the Office of First Lady, 75,000 to Office of Miss Navajo. Amendment. So in the packet that was given, then also these changes were given to Office of Legislative Services. So in your packet, it should have those adjustment that was made. I think the legislative advisor did state that the numbers don't add up, but when you make those changes, and then it adds up to the two programs that made those adjustments. So in your packet, like I said, and the packet that's before you. Those are the only two changes that happened. Also, they're one of the changes that we requested that didn't happen over at Nabagia Committee is taking out the external. Taking out the external. There was three programs in your packet, which is already reflected in your three programs, 3K accounts that will be given to the legislative branch office speaker. So that's already taken out in your packet. So OMB can make that adjustment on their form. So that's the other adjustment that is in here, which is already taken out of this. So if you can go to Office of the President and Vice President, you have the K accounts. You have the one that's 21 million that belongs to Mr. Tom Pitero. The Navajo Hopi, Mr. Max that go over this document over at Nabi, the 15 million. The housing, 45. Tribal enrollment, the 1.5. The 30,000. I told Mr. Honorable Daniels that I think we need to look into this because it might be going to a chapter in Utah. Although the other one is a 3 million. So those are within the executive offices. What I also executive branch, what I also stated at the Nabi committee is that we need to have a meeting with Mr. Patero's office, ONB, and the controller's office to put these K accounts in their in their normal departments. You know, they just stuck it under OPVP because of, I guess, the oversight. So we need to put it where it needs to go. So like the enrollment, it should be under vital records and then human resources. So those are things that I covered over at the Nabagia committee. So to Nabagia committee, then also to the Navajo Nation Council. So that's the presentation that I have for you, just a top level overview, just what to think about when putting the comprehensive budget together. How do we move monies around? Like the impacts at IDC, and then also the impacts of GWA, and we're still requesting that this committee give out the GWA 2023 GWA. The next question would be how do we do it? Because all the budgets are developed, and how do we give out the GWA allocation? There's probably two ways. One is just to give the money to each of the departments, say, go ahead and put it in your operating since it's already budgeted in your personnel. That's probably the easy way. The next one is probably say, okay, here program, revise your budget and put this amount in the personnel, and then back out the money. That way, you know, we don't come into an issue of not going by the law that was put in place, using it for personnel. That's probably the cleanest way to do it, but it'll take a lot of work in doing it that method if we're going to go that route. If giving out the 2023, although there was a recommendation probably that came before for the 2024 GWA. You know, if our personnel keeps going up, you know, our operating will keep shrinking. And then also there's that this ties into the pay plan. One of the question last week at Nabi, I think it was, when do we get another pay plan? The last one that was put in place was 2017. There's an RFP that has been signed to start putting the pay plan for the Navajo Nation in place. So hopefully come fiscal year 2025, we can have a pay plan that we can go by. Just some information on personnel. Although as Navajo Nation, when you look at this morning's, it was probably in there. How much money we spent on personnel? That's probably in the 80% of our total allocation and all that. Usually is in the audit report. So that's a lot of expense that goes to personnel. So hopefully we can have a personnel plan in place for next year. Present the speaker. So thank you for being the sponsor of this legislation. So with that, thank you again.
Okay. Speaker Curley, does that conclude the presentation?
Yes. Time for questions.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, do you have any questions on the resolution from that BSA? That is Delegate Embers, Member Friday.
Thank you, appreciate it. I appreciate the summary. I would want to know the recommendations because we are fighting challenges with the OMB report. Since it ends at the third quarter, we're still, what I look to see if there's over or under expenditure. But then an additional supplement was provided that we need the over, the expenditure. I think that's what programs and now leadership have taken into account when we're providing UUSD requests, especially as we're not considering carryovers with that resolution that was passed. So I think if we could eventually, we want to go to a 2-year budget cycle, but also looking at how state legislatures start allocating money in a certain season so that our departments are all on the same page and proper planning so that they're drawing down their dollars. But even if you get the allocation, like with your office and legislative, it changes the numbers so that there's an under expenditure. And I'm not sure how much, we won't know till later on how much that is projected to go into a carryover and we start closing out the books. But we could work with OMB or maybe into OOC to understand if these programs from Exhibit E who requested these unmet needs, if they actually use these dollars. I'm not sure. I'm going to use this to make sure they're not replicating that unmet need for this fiscal year. I know there's some challenges here. And we've already talked to some of the programs. We felt like, again, they were saying they have a shortfall, but they're losing some of this money that they didn't encumber within the year that was put in there. My last question regarding the allocation is your exhibit F-1. So I'm not sure if this is your potential or proposed exhibit F-1 for the comprehensive. I know Ms. Tapani had to step out of the room, but she's listening via Zoom. I just want to make sure, so this is, I'm doing this pretty correct. Or is this from last year's budget? And you're just, this is a document from last year's budget? F1?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we'll just make sure it's this week, so last year's budget. So are there similar request for the GWA? I'm looking at the piece for the three branch chief agreement. And so there is a recommendation for the 5%, but that's under personal not savings plan. Another 5 million for the retirement plan. And a general wage adjustment. For an increase of police costs. So I think my question with these recommendations from the Office of the Controller, when we'll start receiving those documents so that we could start negotiating the recommendations as we move forward with the comprehensive budget would be helpful. We did receive Department of Health's budget yesterday, and they did identify a $5.1 million need for the Deltec program. And so if we could collectively work together and developing that set aside, that's something we could ask our attorneys to start drafting so that for the next fiscal year, they do receive their funding off of the top and that they're not asked to for you have to be mid-year, and now I think they're not going to be able to utilize all those dollars because programs still have a challenge with our internal process with OMB and OOC, getting the business unit number and then getting the internal processes. They just don't have enough time at the time when you have funds available to them. So that's what I'm thinking, if we could collectively talk about what then are all of our needs and start moving towards allocating those funds during this season. And so we're not making allocations throughout the year because they're not going to be able to expend those funds. Even if we give directives, we'll give directives like by next Thursday, we set up this account. The reality is they're underfunded. I mean, well, they're probably underfunded, they're understaffed. And so we just have problems when it comes to that. And I want to thank you for this last page. This was the page I was asking for, Vice Chair. Just allocation from last year to this year. And next year. So it does, I do see now this reduction from natural resources. And some of the reductions, so there's reduction from public safety, reductions in Navajo Nation tax for community development, which we talked about. And I'm connected, but we do see the increase. So I think that's also something we need to be accountable. But from your, you're saying there's a shortfall or a funding difference of $756,603. And tell me if I'm reading this correctly. My understanding that your base budget, you actually received an increase. I just need to confirm these numbers. Thank you, Teresa.
Yeah, I think before we get into the set of questions on the resolution, could we have Ms. Francisco provide a review the document that was presented to the committee just for confirmation? And then maybe while you're reviewing it, then we can give the time back over to Mr. Mitchell to respond to the questions. Francisco? You can have
That's your budgets are going to
That's why.
other resident numbers, and then we'll review it during the comprehensive budget. Thank you. Okay. We're going to turn the time back over to Mr. Mitchell for the question.
Thank you.
one of the items that, for review that happens, the one that is provided by Office of Management and Budget. I'll go ahead and work with them. I don't know if it's, presented in that fashion. But a number of years ago, I told OMB, I said, if you just combine the personnel and the operating, a lot of times when you have a vacant position, it'll show up on the overall expenditure. So it doesn't really give you a true number because you can't transfer out of personnel. So I don't know if this document is capturing the personnel and the operating. But if not, next year we can just put it'll be a lot of work. I don't know, just to report the operating side. That way we know that the true number of what's not being spent. Although, like I said, if there's a lot of vacancies in your program, it'll show in here that you're underspending. So I don't know if these programs are in that category, though, based on the expenditures. Although the state legislator, their funding, they usually end all the states June the 30th. Although I think number of years ago, back in the early, sort of late 1990s, I think that was how our calendar was set up, is to have the fiscal year in line with the state. Although it was changed in line with all the federal government budget, which is September. I think that works better than having it in June. So, we do. I know that since we're on the state, I think New Mexico will have lots of money to spend this year. So we need to be up there in the state of New Mexico. Although it's because of their gas, their oil and gas. Although Arizona is mainly their tax, their tourism. So although the other one, which I showed in your packet, one of the questions that Honorable Claudia mentioned is the Exhibit E. This was last year. I was just making a note that these are programs that received money last year. So when these program comes before you saying that I need additional money, it's because it came from here. This was last year's one-time funding. Then when you look at Exhibit F1, okay, that's the personal lapse, not the personal lapse, the permanent trust income. The 27 million that we had last year. So these are the programs that received the money from that pot of money. The last page or original starting point. When you go back to the 3 branch chief is 120 million. But when you take out the 3 million for the grazing official, you put that into fixed costs, so that takes us to 117 million. All the fixed costs again, it'll go to 29 million. So that's where her question came up. So this the other one, the community development. There was I believe on one of the presentation that I was here, community development, they had a shortfall at the chapter personnel level because of the general wage adjustment. So money was taken from CHID, community development, in the amount of 950-something thousand. But if you put the numbers on how much community development was minus from last year, it's only 36,000. 36,000 when you add up everything. They're minus 36,000. So the 0.5 that in reference at last week's meeting and the 0.5 again. So we went from 2.2 to 2.8. So that created a close to 600,000, the 0.5, the 0.5. Also, just something to note. Just something to note. When the three branches, when they met, the president, you know, being generous and all that, we gave monies. We gave monies to the legislative branch from our pot of money. Though we gave some money to judicial branch from our pot of money. So, you know, we gave up over $1 million. We gave up over $1 million when you combine what we gave to the other two branches. So so the 2.8 where it went, you know, you have that. Although the other ones were we gave to the other two branches. So it would have been like 122 if we stayed with the original calculation. So it is thank you.
Can I go through the question? Yeah, hold on, I'll come back.
Okay. That is delegate Henderson.
You want me to wait for you to come back?
That's gonna go open your. It's freezing in here.
Under facility maintenance, so I just say this is the revenge of someone. So thank you. Oh, yeah, thank you for the question, for allowing me to ask a question. And then, these are Super Crowley and, Mr. Mitchell, I appreciate that. What we're looking at now is unmet need and how the office of the president, vice president, then reallocated money. So I'm looking at the veteran budget. And they have an unmet need request in their budget. For the amount of $475,946. I know that you're making a strong recommendation for not to utilize reoccurring dollars for personnel. So with the money that you reallocated to the office of president and vice president, help me understand why, or what was the decision making not to give or not to allocate the Veterans Administration the personnel positions that they're requesting through your general fund? And because that's my question. Do you understand that question? You want to see the unmet need?
Yeah.
I just dropped it.
Only question you'd like to put the pen?
Well, because my question is, when you look at the unmet needs and there's personnel requests when it comes to veterans, because I'm looking at your goals of the administration. So it says veterans to streamline process and applying for veterans benefits, including housing, medical, and healing service. my assumption is those personnel would be there to help with the streamline process, so when we look at personnel money, we want to use general fund. But as I'm looking at how the general funds have been spread, and could you received an additional 500. Well, all executive offices have received an additional 962,657. And you do have veterans under, I think it's under that line item rate, because they're housed under OPDP. So help me understand when you're making those budgets, what is the need of the veterans when it comes to improving their personnel? And how you're planning to help support that program under your office? Is my question. Thank you.
Yeah, Judge. You give the time back over to Mr. Mitchell to respond to the question.
Thank you. Thank you for the question on the unmet needs. I know that a lot of unmet needs is being presented. Went through the oversight and then also to Budget and Finance Committee. It'll continue on to Navajo Nation Council. I haven't reviewed all the unmet needs for each program. But when we did the budget for the executive office, we gave the 0.5, let me go back to the 0.5. The 0.5 allocation for the executive office was like 47 something thousand, 48,000. So veterans, they got the same amount from last year to this year. So the question back then was that, is there any, how would you develop your budget? They said, we can fit what's needed within the allocation because they're getting the same amount from last year to this year. So this was probably developed as after we did the allocation. So I do see that 3 personnel at 159.46. Though I did make a recommendation not to really use non-recurring for personnel. Though last year we did almost like close to probably like 500,000 for OOC. And when it came back before us, I knew that they used the permanent fund income. So if you catch these up front, it's hard to, it's easy to fix. But when you going through the process, then you have to take it from somebody else. And then, then you create another impact. Then you start going down that line. So, if this is funded, we know that it came from a source that's non-recurring. That way, we can take care of it up front. On their request, I do see the 3 personnel in here again. I don't know if they have vacancies. I don't know if they have vacancies going through going throughout the year.
It looks like they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vacancies. But if you can help us see what that unmet need budget is by comprehensive budget, because I would want to have that as a heavy consideration as I look through. And I'm not sure, I'm sorry, the concern I received at Northern was that their budget was reduced. And so I was asked recently to make sure that it wasn't. So we're conferring here with Speaker Damon, and it looks like their allocation is actually double for assistance. So we could get that message to our veterans, actually what's in this budget, because they were asking the chapters to give them a supplemental. So I just want to make sure and then to see what positions, those personnel positions, I don't know if that's with the housing program, because we know there's a lot of houses. And it looks like there's some legislative, concerns. So if you could just provide that additional information, that would be wonderful. I don't think Ms. Baldwin. But here, but I do see the oversight. See the oversight is provide, some legislative concerns regarding. That's a whole different one. Some legislative concerns regarding the housing program. Maybe help too, speaker, with this discussion with, budget and finance. Just making sure our veteran organizations know that, we did approve their budget last Friday, the committee did, but today just making sure and clarifying with, Deputy Chief of Staff, Mr. Mitchell, that, they have their allocation. And, we're just reviewing what personnel is needed. It also looks like they're requesting vehicles. And there was one more area for the unmet need. What did it say? Equipment. So I think we could deliberate that during the comprehensive budget, or if you could provide us more information. I don't think Ms. Baldwin, because we approved it in consent, we've been able to provide that information, but you could get that to us by next week. Let's see. Let's see. That's the only question I have.
Thank you. I'm gonna turn the time back over to Mr. Mitchell for response.
Thank you. On the veterans question. I was trying to find my document. I know that, sent by Mr. Slater did the resolutions, and then that resolution was put in place recently. So with that resolution, it sort of readjusted the allocations for veterans. The Honorable Damon, I think, is correct. There's probably a $2 million increase for assistant and housing. So I don't have the very detail, but if we can get it from veterans, I don't know if they can. I don't know if this is for those positioned to address some of the housing request that is out there. I know that, you know, when our veterans do a submittal, you know, it's a paper driven thing. It's a paper driven thing. So to process all the applications and all that, I don't know if that's what they want to use it for. Well, on the vehicles, one of the unmet need is on vehicles. So I need to really look at their budget and see how we can address this. Thank you.
That's the request. Needs document for.
Yeah, so basically the request would be then, before or during our comprehensive budget discussion, that we get that more detailed, analysis of the veterans unmet need. And I wanted to, ask, we did talk about the 5-year capital improvement plan. With Division of Community Development, what we're looking for is, yesterday in a discussion with public defender, it sounds like they have a huge rock that's falling into their office or slowly chipping away into their office. If you could help us, Deputy, she has to do a follow-up. I think NOSHA, everybody has been involved, but we're trying to prevent you know, just with this weather, how things are so strange. If you could just have someone to verify, if you could ask Division Director Donovan, Dale and his team to look at it. I don't even know how I would go. I mean, we have these rocks and it's dangerous enough. I'm not sure why we're all in this area, because the infrastructure is not conducive to what we do, but if we could help the public defender's office, and if you could help identify if there's other office area that they could temporarily relocate to, that might be an option too. So while we're here having that discussion, and something that we talked about yesterday, I'm not sure if you were in the room. Were you in the room when we were talking about big boulder? No, okay. So, and then I'm just gonna go down, if I could just get, when your summary says the government efficiency and effectiveness improve and enhance financial and employment process, to deliver essential services and accountability to our Navajo people. This is in your summary. Can you just let me know how that's reflected in your budget in total? Because we did, I just presented a legislative concern for the Office of Navajo Government Development. I know executive, you have an opportunity or you have a commissioner on there, but our people are in dire need of having an effective system for their government. So just help me understand how this budget reflects that. And that'll be my final question. Thank you, Shadisha.
Yeah, Shannon, can you give the time back over to Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you for the question. I'll go ahead and make a note on the CIP plan. I know that the last one that was probably went as far as the Navajo Nation Council was probably 2016, 2017, around that time. Though that time we used the ICIP, where the chapters, they put in their own priorities. A lot of times when we did the other way, where we put it together at community development, a lot of times, there's always a question. This isn't our priority. This is what we want. But we changed the method of using the ICIP chapter, do the resolution, say that this is our priority. Then we combine that. So I think that was the last time that was done. But we'll go ahead. I do hear that we need a plan, especially for the senior centers, and then also the Head Start centers out there. How do we prioritize some of these projects? And then the building that public defender sits in, I think it's that rock. I do see a crack in that rock, so I think that's what's being met. We'll go ahead and have facilities or OSHA do an assessment if need be to move those folks. I think Vital Record was in that building, but because of some sort of issues, they're in a temporary spot. Now comes your question on the efficiency. Efficiency meaning, okay, I don't have the detailed budgets with me, but we told them that, okay, you need to upgrade your system, upgrade your system, use that money to upgrade your system. Also, I think the controller's office is, put an RFP out there to upgrade our FMIS or to replace the FMIS. So those are some of the efficiencies that we told them to look into. The other one is the president signed executive order, right? The 164. 164, so that's out there. A lot of times we have divisions, contracts or whatever that needs to go through the 164B. Get stuck in the system between OMB and OOC. So the executive order will clear some of those issues. A lot of times OMB will get into the areas of OOC and vice versa. So this document should clear that up. So it is the efficiency. I know that we're still people driven. We're still people driven government, and a lot of times we have constituents that come to Window just to meet with an individual. That's where a lot of our personnel is.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Committee members, do we have more questions on the resolution? Chair Slater?
You just mentioned the 164 executive order. Can you explain what that is? I haven't been there. Yeah. Just asking.
Mr. Mitchell, can you provide comments on the notification to the council on the new executive order?
I'll go ahead and forward that to the advisors over here. But it just mainly clears the process. Like what I stated, a lot of times OMB goes into the area of OOC or vice versa. So this says, okay, OMB, if it's budget, yeah, you review it. If it's a financial impact, then OOC. It doesn't need to, be reviewed by OMB and all that, so. There's probably other areas, so I'll go ahead and forward to the advisors and they'll forward that to you.
I have a question on the executive order. Speaker, did you get a copy of that?
No, I did not.
Follow up, it's on the executive order. You have a working group to create that?
I'm trying to think back. There was probably a working group before I came over, because it was already going through the process. The 164B is the executive side, The 164A is the one that comes over here. So the executive side is the one that goes through the president and all that. So that is covered on that side. The A, it comes over here.
I understand that.
Mhm. So I'm pretty sure it was sent email by OMB and all the others that needs to have a hand in it. So I saw emails going back and forth.
Mr. Mitchell, the budget and finance committee for oversight for the office of management and budget and the office of the comptroller. Speaker Dan, do you have any questions? Committee members?
Then, Speaker, you coordinate a meeting on that 164. I don't know what that is. I don't know what executive order was signed by the president. Because there's so many things going on, and if there's an executive order that's signed, that really has an impact on everything that goes on. And I understand what you're saying. A is on this side of the street and B is on that side of the street, but still B has an implications there all the way from the top to the chapters. So it'd be really good to have some kind of work session on that to understand what the president's motive now is moving forward. Is this done to, I'm sure it's done to streamline, but it would be really good to know if there's a new process in place that would help assist. That's why I said if they're technical, the team that put this together, and what is there a new flow chart? What's that new flow chart? It seems like you're trying to pinpoint to make sure everybody's staying within their lane, get things done quicker, but everyone knows that's a request from the speaker.
Committee members, do you have any questions? Speaker Dan?
I have a question. Arvin, I'm sitting here and we're just going over the executive office budget. And we're going over the executive office budget in this fiscal year. We can justify and say it's 122, 120, and 117. The bottom line is that you have 117,000. That's what you have to carve up with, and minus that out of the natural resources to reduce that amount. You can see that $3.1 million was allocated or taken away. But when you look at the numbers right now, 2024, you have 5.82% of the whole entire budget is given to the executive or to the executive office specifically. That's not including the veterans. Veterans, if you add that on, it's 8.8%. You know, if we're giving an increase to the executive offices, that's the president's priority. It seems like that's the president's priority. But when you really look at it, when you just now, I don't want to bring it up, you brought it up. You brought it up to say that there's a problem here in senior centers, there's a problem here with Head Starts. So if there's a problem with those programs, and there's a problem with getting projects done, and you indicated that there's a problem with capital outlay too. And we just heard from the judicial branch yesterday that they have a problem trying to get their projects going too as well, and they don't have that opportunity because they're saying that the department or division of community development's not helping them. So if there's a problem in getting these things done, why is there an increase of almost a whole point of the budget, overall budget going to executive offices, and almost 1.5% of the entire budget is decreased from Division of Community Development? That's my, and we asked Calvin Castillo here the other day, and in there, and he's like, okay, the whole point is to say, oh, we're gonna have ARPA take care of these things. But ARPA is not taking care of capital outlay, ARPA is not taking care of senior centers, ARPA is not taking care of Head Start, ARPA is not taking care of judicial branch. You have all those different projects going on right now, and how are those gonna get fixed when the president cut the Division of Community Development budget? That's further clarification, I think needs to be added on to say, okay, if the president's priority is to get these things done, fix these things, then I understand what the president might be coming from, that he needs more money at the executive team, but there's other areas of interest too as well. That's just a comment. Fair, thank you. No, that's fair.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I also think that on the ESG committee, we also had Sherry and Charles Newman also point this out, not just for Division of Community Development, but for other programs across the nation that need assistance. I think that this is the second time that was pointed out, the findings that are being brought forth today and the priorities of the president. Committee members, do we have any other comments at this time or questions? There are no more questions on the report or on the recommendations from the ESG committee. Anyone want to get something called? Any questions on the recommendations from the ESG committee?
It was, I did let our advisor, Ms. Naka, know on the resolution exhibit, is it D? She took my copy. It looks like there's a typo with the legislative concerns. I just want to raise that to the committee, and if that could be fixed by the, whatever the process is. I can't remember.
Fix the error. Yes, all right.
So many errors.
Any other questions? Their call. Hearing none. Any more, we'll take a vote on the report from Speaker Burns.
I will brief you.
Budget and Finance Committee voting in favor, 0 opposed, voting 1 member excused. The motion carries. All right, Ms. Francisco.
I just have a clarification. Is what Navi did considered approved now, moving that 75,000 from Miss Nav, or from the First Lady to Miss Navajo?
So the Navi they amended the resolution, and that's what was presented to us today. So when the comprehensive budget gets put together, the committee has just voted to accept the report. There were no modifications of the committee now. So that's how it will be integrated
So it's approved.
by not being. Okay, members, I just, thank you, Speaker Curley, for your presentation and the committal, for your time. Okay, so we're back on the agenda. We have finished.
Oh.
Are you gonna stay? You're staying. Dustin, and thank you for everybody listening online. We do have another resolution prepared and ready to go by the Office of Legislative Services for the consideration of the Budget and Finance Committee. Vice Chair Leader, I recognize you at this time. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I have a slight cold, but it's not COVID. It's because it was from yesterday, so.
Motion to add LSCA in the 12th agenda.
Thank you. Budget and Finance Committee members. Under receiving report, review items. Senate Doug and respect for project second to the motion on the suspension rule to add the resolution to the agenda. Do you have any questions or comments? Hearing none. It's not the roll call vote on the motions to add the consent agenda. Yes, not the chair, roll call vote.
Honorable Amy Green, how do you vote? Thank you. Honorable Diego Street, Honorable Everton Scott Carter, how do you vote? Thank you, Honorable Everton Scott Carter, Street, Honorable Seth David, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable President Green, Honorable Forrest Baker, how do you vote? Thank you, Honorable President Green. Madam Chair, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 excused. Madam Chair, not voting, Madam Chair.
So, without them, with that, the motion carries and before us, LRCA 1223. Before we get started, we'll start with the Office of Management and Budget report. Do we have Ms. Francisco or Ms. That became the LME chair now.
Yep, it became the LED chair.
Floor is yours.
All right, I'm here with Ms. Janet McCabe. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. My name is Darlene Sand, Senior Budget Analyst with OMB. So for Division of Public Safety, we have letter A, which is your FY 2024 fund type budget summary. And your 23 budget amount is shown there. It's broken down by what was approved as the general fund and then also the indirect costs. And then for the FY 2024 Navigation funds, the proposed general fund budget is $9,896,676. Indirect cost is $394,817. Proprietary fund, $75,500. Special revenue internal, $8,968,867. And special revenue external funds, $164,283,269. For a total recommended budget of $183,619,129. And B is your FY 2023 third quarter budget status report. This is as of June 30th, 2024. For the general fund amount, the far right column is your expenditure by percentages. And for the general funds, it's at 54.82%. And then for your non-general funds, the special revenues is at 40.42%. Together, it's at 47.85. Note the 2 asterisks. 1 asterisk represents under expenditure by 65% or less. Two asterisks are over expenditures by 85% or more. Next is the FY 2023 third quarter performance assessment report. First quarter average is 2.69. Second quarter is 2.68. Third quarter is 2.66. And it's like a downward trend. So on the scale, they are falling between meets improvement and meets expectation. Next is your third quarter plan of operation. You see that it's not shaded for any of them. The year adopted for the plans of operation is 2013, 2022, and 2018. Next is E, your conditions of appropriation and legislative concern. There is one condition of appropriation applicable to DPS administration, business unit number 116001. Due date was second quarter. Third quarter response, there is no response, and status is non-compliance. F, here's your FY 2023 external funds expenditure report. It's 8 pages. And I will go to page 8. Overall, there are 210 external funds identified. Row 21, 211. On column H is your original budget for $192.9 million. Column I is your revised budget of $379.6 million. J is your expenditure for $230.1 million. Open commitment in column K is 7.7. Column L is your available balance of $141.7 million. Column N is your percentage spent, which is 63%. And column N is your balance by percentages, which is 37%. Next is your FY 2021 single audit. There is one for Division of Public Safety. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sam. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, do we have any questions for the Office of Management and Budget? Mr. Coffey, do you have any questions for Office of Management and Budget?
I looked through the fund type budget summaries and they match up. Pretty much all of that.
Budget, thank you. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Sam. Okay. We are now going to go to the report from Terry Charles on the restoration for.
Good afternoon, Chair Parrish and Budget and Finance Committee. I introduced myself yesterday for the record, so I'm just going to go ahead and continue with that introduction. Today I do come before the Budget and Finance Committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and I do present to you fiscal year budget for the Division of Public Safety. The Division of Public Safety is asking for funds from the general fund account to help assist them with their duties and responsibilities. As was stated by the report given by OMB, per their report, there are no legislative concerns. However, Chair, I do want to inform you in the committee that we have added on concerns from this legislative concerns from this budget year. In terms of conditions of appropriations per the OMB report, there is one. The conditions of appropriations, I believe that one is listed in the contracts and grants section. It does have DPS on there, but I do want to inform the committee that technically what had happened was the Department of Agriculture. I believe that this is the grant that was supposed to go to Division of Public Safety. However, because of COVID, it never got to the Division of Public Safety. I believe that this is the grant, but I'm going to allow Commander Redhorse to go into a little bit of detail about that. In terms of conditions of appropriation for this budget year, there was a conditions of appropriation that was presented to on behalf of the Law and Order Committee, a recommendation that was debated today. In terms of vacancies, I did ask the Division of Public Safety to talk about their vacancies because some of the vacancies are being funded by general funds account. Some are being funded by the 638 contract funds. And so I don't know if they did a split in the way that they're reporting their vacancies. In terms of their unmet needs, what we did ask, in terms of the carryover amount, what we did ask the Division of Public Safety to do was, instead of ask for carryover, to list those in their unmet needs, as was the recommendation from the Budget and Finance Committee from yesterday's hearing of the budgets. So the unmet needs, there are several that were listed that we did talk about, but overall, I think, Chair, the concern that I have as Chair of Law and Order Committee, as is verified in the document that Budget and Finance did receive, is there is a decrease in the budget. And that decrease, what it did was it resulted in a few of the departments being underfunded. So when the Division of Public Safety budget came before the Law and Order Committee the very first time, we did hear from the division directors or the department directors as to how important their budgets are to their departments. What we did learn is that detention came before Law and Order Committee and stated that a lot of the general funds that they receive are to help the inmates when they are arrested and they are sitting in jail. I think some of the examples that were used was Dr. Gray, I said that she's had on several occasions had to buy underwear for the detainees, which is not covered within the 638 contract money, or, you know, to help purchase, in some cases, like a hygiene type of I guess, items. So they initially had a decrease of, I believe it was $7,000. Emergency management services did come before us. Now, EMS did provide information that the problem that they're having, although they do get a large amount of 638 contract money, because the Navajo Nation continues to pay its bills late, it results in emergency management services being affected. And so what happens is sometimes EMS will not get the funds that they need for transport, so they rely heavily on the general funds money in order to get them through, you know, so that they don't, I guess, pass on that punishment to those who are being transported. There was also, and so there was a shortage of $12,000 there for EMS, but EMS did share with us that that a lot of the general funds, because they rely heavily on it and because it is a Navajo Nation issue, in terms of Navajo Nation not paying their bills on time, that's really kind of what happens with EMS. So we did request that Division of Public Safety put that $12,000 back into their account as well. Criminal investigations also came before us, and they were also seeing a deficit in their budget, I believe, of $180,000. So what we did was with criminal investigations, talked primarily about the need. Criminal investigations also informed the Law and Order Committee that the budget wasn't discussed with them. So none of the divisions, the department heads, none of them were, I guess, they were never consulted about their budget and what a decrease would, how it would impact their departments. So what the Law and Order Committee did was we voted to amend the budget that they brought before us. And then we asked them at that time to make sure that the funds go back into the criminal investigations account, as well as the EMS and then detention, for the reasons that were stated on the record as to how important that money is to those three divisions and departments. We did go through and we did talk to today. We did talk to Commander Redhorse, who is here sitting beside me at this time, who provided some information about the reasons why there's a lot of changes in the budget. But overall, the what the Division of Public Safety did was they saw that that there was one, I guess the best way to be fiscally responsible. They pooled all the funds for equipment and certain services. That way, Division of Public Safety Director Anderson would have a better hold on those equipment. The example that they used was that gloves. One district actually had pallets of gloves and wasn't willing to share those gloves with other districts because those pallets of gloves were purchased with that district's money. So now, because it's considered to be like equipment, they transferred all of that money back into the division's, I guess, main account so that they can have better control of the equipment. That way, if gloves are needed, they would be able to purchase those gloves and be able to distribute to the districts that need it, as opposed to one district making a huge purchase and then not wanting to share with the other districts because it's coming out of their budget. So when they provided details about how they're planning to pool those funds and be more fiscally responsible, the Law and Order Committee did commend them for those actions, and we do stand supportive of that. In terms of the legislative concerns, there were a few legislative concerns that were brought to, that we did vote on today. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull up the amendment right now. The internet is super slow. But we do have the legislative concerns that were, I believe that they are in the legislation itself. Yes. Here, if you turn to Exhibit B, it does have the legislative concern to DPS regarding their open positions, the retention numbers, and then also to give us a report on their oral and a written report halfway through fiscal year 2024 on their funded positions, as well as a legislative concern regarding the fire and rescue. Fire and rescue does have proprietary funds that are established through a tax, but they don't have an expenditure plan in place. There was back and forth, I guess, debate between Department of Justice and Office of Legislative Counsel regarding this expenditure plan. It was decided at one point by Department of Justice that an expenditure plan wasn't needed. However, after talking to Office of Legislative Counsel today, we learned that Department of Justice is in agreement that an expenditure plan is needed for the proprietary funds regarding the fire department. So that is a legislative concern that they do need to submit that expenditure plan before the end of the third quarter of the FY 2024. The last legislative concern is regarding the plans of operation for, I believe it's the DPS main administrative office. So those three legislative concerns were voted on today at Budget and Finance, in addition to the changes to restore criminal investigations, detention, and also emergency medical services with the funds so that they're not receiving a shortfall. In addition to that, we did advise Division of Public Safety Chair. He also, again, instead of asking for carryover amount, we advised them to go ahead and put it within the recommendations for their unmet needs. And within that, I do have to say that we did request the training academy be within that, within the unmet needs, because the training academy right now just recently graduated 7 more police officers. And because overall we're hearing that there's a shortage of police officers, we are exercising our sovereignty on the Navajo Nation. We have established our own police academy, and it doesn't receive any federal funds. Everything through the police academy is funded through general funds. So that's a breakdown of our high-level summary of the budget as well as the unmet needs. I'm going to go ahead and allow my agents at this time to introduce themselves, starting with Division Director Anderson.
Well, good afternoon, Yate, Chair, members of the committee, and to our sponsor as well, Chair Charles Newton as well, and those in attendance. Thank you for picking our audience today, and appreciate the time to hear our presentation. I am Michael Anderson. I'm the appointed Division Director, Executive Division Director, as appointed by Dr. Bhuvan Nagrin to head the Division of Public Safety. Tulichin and Sean are kind of a shade that you shade all work on the national. So I'll go ahead and allow Deputy Chief Leonard Redworth to introduce himself as well.
Hello, my name is Leonard Redworth, Police Commander with the Navajo Police Department. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for that, Chair. So with that, we stand for questions.
Committee members, do you have a motion to accept the report? Motion. Deputy Damon, motion to a second. Delegate Gay, second the motion. Members, do we have any questions on the report?
Sure.
Vice Chair Slater?
Thank you. So if we go to. Pages of the notes. In the FY 22 general budget. Is the reason for the dramatic differences between the 23 budget and the 22 budget because carryovers are included in this now?
The,
Thank you, Vice Chair. That's the room.
Hold on.
Really clear with that one.
Yeah.
Deputy Chief?
thank you. I do appreciate that, Honorable Chair, and indeed committee members for the opportunity of providing the comprehensive answers. As I understand it, the question is the dramatic reduction for purposes of DPS's $9.8 million allocation. Is that a reduction based upon the revised amounts from fiscal year 23? The short answer to it is that is partially correct. Yes, sir. However, when you assess the base reduction for purposes of fiscal year 23 into the actual base allocation of fiscal year 24, it is at approximately 45,000 when you actually do those actual numbers. When you actually assert and you apply the revisions over the course of fiscal year 23 for the first, second, and third quarter, that's where you'll see the dramatic reductions from what Navajo Division of Public Safety as a program was actually allocated, whether it was through UFB fund additions, whether it was through additional revenue resources on the 1% sales tax that was received, or whether there was revisions that occurred over the process when it came to allocations over the 4 quarters of fiscal year 23, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Vice Chair Slater, do you have follow-up questions?
Yeah, so for example, in Chimney, so the FY 2023 general fund budget. $665,000. You go to this year, it's $217,772. And it seems to be consistent across each of the police districts. That there is, a very high number that then is substantially lower in this year's budget. And that's why I was asking, what accounts for that difference?
Vice Chair Slater, is that included about?
Yeah. That's true.
Okay. Deputy Chief?
Thank you, Chair, and indeed, Honorable Delegate. In order to answer that question, if you would review Business Unit 11610, and for purposes of Exhibit A, 11610 would outline an increase from fiscal year 23 of $255,661 to $4,091,099. And for purposes of the Navajo Police Program as a whole, with the 10 business units that are allocated within that program, 11601, 11602, 11603, 11605, 11606, 11607, 8, 9, 11, as we're 15 and 10. What we had heard was there was a difficulty of trying to ensure that level of detail 4 under the BIM manual for purposes of vehicle travel and vehicle maintenance. It was difficult to do the different respective earmarks at that level for all of our fleet vehicles. The Navajo Police Organization has 296 fleet vehicles. So as opposed to having 10 business units trying to pay vehicle mileage and vehicle lease and vehicle rental, we consolidated all the active funds for purposes of vehicle lease, vehicle rental, and subsequently vehicle mileage into the support services business unit. The 24th Navajo Nation Council was actually forward-thinking in their decision to allow the establishment of the support services business unit for the Navajo Police Organization to allow us to centralize not only maintenance, but also fleet, in addition to other support aspects on the civilian side of Navajo Police operations. So as a result, we consolidated the entire fleet program under one business unit to ensure standardization, to ensure that the fleet manager will be able to manage all vehicles under one business unit, to ensure that all vehicle assignment sheets, vehicle insurances, Sure.
Just for clarification from the sponsor, there were actions taken at the Law and Order Committee. However, this Exhibit A doesn't reflect the actions taken at the Law and Order Committee. So some of the answers that the deputy chief is providing to Delegate Slater, I guess you're answering from the exhibit A in the resolution. But because the changes of that law and order, maybe the number doesn't, is the number still the same as in verse like 4 months?
Yes, yes, Chair. For purposes of 11,610, there were no changes.
Okay, all right, so sorry, go ahead. Deputy Chief.
And if I could just, so just really quickly, in terms of the changes to centralize the services, there was a policy change that happened during the 24th Navajo Nation Council that was passed through the Law and Order Committee, and that's what Commander Red Horse is referencing when he's saying that there was changes made to help them move and centralize some of the services that he's talking about right now. So just an FYI on that.
Thank you, Chair. And to further emphasize amongst our respective honorable oversight members, I want to emphasize that no money, no allocations were taken from any of the districts. The way we're trying to compare and contrast this is it's like your automatic payments with your personal checking accounts. It's money that's already due that's automatically withdrawn based upon the needs of the fleet program for purposes of encumbering mileage and for purposes of covering the fleet lease and the fleet rental for all the 296 vehicles under our respective program. And that, Honorable Slater, is the reason why you see reductions at the district program level for purposes of their vehicle rental, vehicle mileage, and how it's been centralized under one business unit whose purpose is to have the fleet service program.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say I'm really disappointed because we don't have any budgets to actually review to like get into the details of this, so I don't feel very comfortable voting on any of this, but I think, you know, I'm interested in seeing, okay, so at the Chinle district level, the Paramount Point district level, what is the allocation of general funds actually going to? Is it going to personnel? Is it going to some sort of operation? Is it, what exactly is it funding that's outside the contracts that we presently have with the feds? And just seeing how it changes from last year to this year, you know, the centralization of those support. I think that's a good idea. The same would go across the entire budget and to see a breakdown between personnel and operating because of this 4% expenditure rate. I think that's what it is. If you go back to this page. Yeah, 54.82 under general funds total. And going to criminal investigation, 33% expenditure rate. And we're putting money back into that program and taking it out of internal affairs. You know. Who watches the watchers? Is that an appropriate amount of money for internal affairs? You really think so? $90,000?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
No, sir.
Then why did we sign off on this budget? It's an inappropriate amount of funding.
Vice Chair Slater, I'm gonna give it time over to the executive director because this is the deputy of the Navajo Nation Police Department. I don't feel that it would be. I mean, it would be the division director to respond to your question about the budget. No, I'm not debating it. I'm not debating. I didn't recognize the deputy chief. Clarify that.
So
Vice Chair.
I guess I see that here in the original amount for internal affairs, 116,013 was 90,000. The revised budget, this is the only report, it's 90,000. The encumbrances out of the actual expenditures are 49,000, and this is at 724, so this is a little but the expense rate was 16.08%. And then right above that, criminal investigations was 33.47%. And then in the proposed budget that's attached to the legislation, criminal investigations was 1,020,000. And internal affairs was 226,500. So that's a pretty steep increase from FY 23 to 24 for internal affairs. And it looks like it's $180,000 decrease for criminal investigation. Which would be consistent with how much money criminal investigations is spent. But in the justifications that are listed in here, it says decrease internal affairs by $136,500. FY 23 base minimums was used. Maybe that's supposed to be used. Decrease used to populate for account increases. And I guess that's a pretty big about face from the program putting together a budget saying that we need this money for internal affairs, and now we're going back to 90,000. So I want to hear what changed from when that budget was originally put together to the present.
The time back over to the sponsor, JD.
Thank you for those questions, Vice Chair. So right now with criminal investigations, they are at 33.47%. However, a large chunk of the general funds pays for autopsies, toxicology, like those types of services. It used to be that these services, when they were requested, they used to be passed on to the individual's family. And the Human Rights Commission did do a report on this to say that, you know, it is very expensive to do this type of investigation and pass that on to the Navajo people. So criminal investigations takes on that responsibility. And because their 638 contract funds don't cover that, the general funds cover that. And so to answer your question, we don't receive our OMI bills until like February or March. And I know that one year that this council did decrease the criminal investigations budget, and they had to come back and ask for UUFB funds to be able to cover those types of services. So in 2018, our contractual services expenses for OMI costs was $98,199. In 2022, it was $379,188.94. This is toxicology, autopsy, any type of, review from the Office of Medical Examiners that has to be done in cases that are being investigated on the Navajo Nation. Now, also keep in mind that the Law and Order Committee has been trying to work with the FBI, because the FBI does get funding to try to cover some of the costs if these cases are referred to them for federal prosecution. However, FBI has refused to meet with Law and Order Committee, even though we have asked on several occasions. We have even gone as far as advocating on the Hill to ask that Congress assist us to find out how much FBI is getting so that maybe we can try to offset some of these costs, but we haven't received that information. And Speaker Damon, this was what we were talking about at TIBIC when we were talking about the reports that need to be provided by FBI in terms of the services that they're supposed to be providing for federal cases that do get referred to them for prosecution. We are not getting that report from FBI, and we rarely get the report from AUSA, but they're getting a little bit better. So to answer your question, that's the reason why at this point, criminal investigations is at 33%, because we don't receive the OMI bill until like February or March. And in the past, Navajo Nation has been really bad at paying OMI. And I believe last year, OMI finally came back to the Navajo Nation and said, we don't want to do business with you guys anymore. And thankfully, under the leadership of Director Delmar, they were able to push that so that OMI got paid immediately, and that we didn't get punished for that. But in actuality, when these contractual services don't get paid again, they get passed on to the Navajo people. And that's why right now we're seeing, I don't believe that we got the OMI. Have we got the OMI bill yet, Director Anderson? We haven't got the OMI bill yet. Normally, we do get it, and so this is that reason is that a large portion of that goes to the OMI bill. So I can explain that with the 33.47%. In terms of the internal affair increasing and then us taking those funds back, as was stated at the very beginning, we looked at criminal investigations, EMS, and detention because they were seeing a decrease in their funds and because they did come before the Law and Order Committee to say how important these general funds were, we put that funding back. One of the issues, and I did bring this to the attention of Director Anderson, is that we try to tiptoe around our internal affairs to be brought up at TIBIC and then also at BIA, because per BIA, the Navajo Nation is not supposed to be having an internal affairs department. All any complaints against law enforcement is supposed to go directly to Bureau of Indian Affairs. This was brought to the Law and Order's attention during the 24th Navajo Nation Council, but because BIA OJS is they're constantly switching their directors, each director is telling us otherwise. So I did question whether we should be continuing with internal affairs. Now I understand that we can exercise our sovereignty and we can establish an internal affairs division or department, but if Bureau of Indian Affairs is asking that they receive all complaints, I just don't know what that's going to look like. So we're trying to figure out how we're going to handle that. But Vice Chair, just know that we did put the internal affairs, the amount that they need into the unmet needs to try to help them. I also did inform Director Anderson that if the unmet needs are not addressed by Budget and Finance or by the council, that we have the option of dropping UUFB legislation to try to address some of these shortfalls that are currently happening. So that is the reason why we did do that. And as was stated at the very beginning, they did increase internal affairs this year, but we took that money to be able to put back into criminal investigations, EMS, and detention. And I believe that we have Director Henderson, who is here, as well as Dr. Dolores Gray Eyes. Director Henderson is Director of Criminal Investigations. Dr. Gray Eyes is the Director for Detention. And I don't know if we have Chris Piscoli here. He's here? He's here. Okay, we do have Chris Piscoli from EMS. Mr. Piscoli did tell us the rate that technically how many ambulances the Navajo Nation should have. And it was really alarming because we don't have enough ambulatory services, but that's where when the Navajo Nation doesn't pay its bills on time, it's the ambulatory services that get affected. And we justified the putting the funds back into their account by stating on the record that that we can't take to our Navajo people why we took from EMS if it's going to cost a life. And we saw the value of a person's life is much greater than internal affairs at this point. So we can do internal affairs through unmet needs, but we needed to put that funding back into EMS. But we do have Mr. Piscoli, who is actually, I think, oh, he's outside. If you guys have any questions regarding EMS, detention, or criminal investigations, and the reasons why we did put back into those accounts. So hopefully that was able to answer your question, Vice Chair, and that was the recommendation of the Law and Order Committee. Thank you.
Chair, can you pass me to Vice Chair Slater?
Thank you. And thank you very much, Chair, for explaining all the it makes so much sense. On this last thing on the previous line of questioning, so for internal affairs, we don't currently have any internal affairs operating.
They're operating. Sure.
Okay. Can you just explain what they do?
We do have the Director of Internal Affairs. Well, we did. Oh, there he is. Mr. Francisco, who can probably explain to you best what their office does. Yeah.
So before he starts answering, we have 90,000 that's under the general funds, and then is there a parallel amount that's under the contract?
We don't have any effect, I'm sorry, Chair. There is no 638 contract for internal affairs, as BIA stated, that technically Navajo Nation could be seen in violation of their 638 contract money if we were to give them any 638 federal funding. Because internal affairs technically is not supposed to have been created under the Navajo Nation. That's what we're trying to figure out right now as to why this is happening. So BIA has stated that they do not agree with the police academy and with internal affairs. Police academy, we are exercising our sovereignty by establishing our own police academy to try to increase the number of police officers, because we're not seeing that. We're not seeing any assistance from the federal level. Right now, I believe that we've been able to graduate a little bit over, how many have we graduated since the police academy started?
So it's class, I believe it's 37.
We've graduated 37 police officers. If we were to continue with the BIA Police Academy, we would probably see 2 a year because they're so slow. So we are exercising our sovereignty by establishing our police academy, and we're the only tribe in the United States that has its own police academy at this point. And it's because of the needs of the Navajo people to get law enforcement out there. So BIA has stated that they're not going to give any 638 contract money to the police academy. And then the same thing goes with internal affairs. So we can't give any federal funding from our 638 money to either of these two services. So they rely heavily on general funds.
Okay, since we keep deviating from the things I'm asking, can I just ask, are you the only person who works in internal affairs?
No,
Okay.
Can you state your name for the record?
my name is Eric Francisco. I'm the Internal Affairs Commander.
Vice Chair Slater, can you-
Right, because I just see $90,000 here. It seems like one person with benefits. But where's the other funding come from for your other people in office?
I'm gonna give you time over to my defense.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. For internal affairs, we actually been in existence since 1979. We're in the general orders of the Navajo Division of Public Safety, where it states internal affairs duties and responsibilities. Also, we are in the 638 contract of law enforcement, Navajo Police Department. In the contract, it states that under E, it says creating and implementing specialized program task forces and teams for particular situations, including internal affairs investigations. And that's where my department comes in. We do have a plan of operations by the Navajo Nation on investigations. We're a specialized unit within Division of Public Safety. Our primary duty is to investigate complaints, misconduct allegations against employees of Division of Public Safety. Originally, we were only under law enforcement, Navajo Police Department. But because what have happened in the past with upper management, internal affairs have became a separate unit. Now we operate in as one of the 7 departments in public safety, and we do investigations primarily for Navajo Police, but we also do serious investigations on corrections, CI, as in custody death. We also do civil lawsuits. DOJ may call us and ask us to do an investigation where there's a tort claims or other issues that come about. So internal affairs, I have 4 police sergeants. They're all commissioned. 3 of them are certified as criminal investigators. They've been through the training, but that's not a requirement. And there's me, and we have 1 vacancy, which is a civilian position. I recently had gone before Director and Chief of Police asking for additional personnel. Chief of Police Noon has agreed to give us additional 2 more positions, which will help the Office of Internal Affairs, because we don't just cover one office. We don't just cover one department. We cover the whole Navajo Nation, which Navajo Division of Public Safety covers. And we are short-staffed. And I would say within probably the past 10 years, we have been receiving $90,000 every year for funding. Our salaries are $638, covered under Navajo Police Department. So the $90,000 is our operating costs, which will cover our mileage, our rental, our investigating supplies, office supplies, and so forth. This year, I met with
Deputy Chief Red Horse. I met with Chief Noon, met with Division Director, explained to them my needs and wants for internal affairs. In March of this year in Albuquerque, I met with Law and Order Committee, also provided the needs and wants of internal affairs. I haven't gone off course of those needs and responsibilities. So with the recent meetings I had with upper management, that's where that $226,500 was allocated. But as of last week, I was told I need to revise my budget back down to the original. So overall, that $136,500 would cover the needs for internal affairs. Right now, we're in the process of purchasing 2 computers, or close to $18,000. Computer voice stress analyzer is what we're going after. These 2 computers is a lot better than sending someone to a polygraph. These voice stress analyzer will help us in our investigation to show who is being truthful, who's being deceitful, and so forth. Those are high computers and very sought after. On top of that, with these additional staff that we are getting, we're going to need more upgrade of our technologies and so forth. We also are lacking our records management system. Everything we do is in Excel paperwork. We have cases that go back to 1980 that we have currently. And as of today, we have over 66 requests for background investigation. And half of them come from the U.S. Attorney's Office, because these are possible potential witnesses of public safety personnel. And what they are looking at, the U.S. Attorney, is any impeachment information. So we have to still maintain these files, so we have nothing to bring us up to date. So that's where this that $226,500 was also going to cover. Records management system will be up to speed with have everything online, servers, everything, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Francisco. Vice Chair Slater, do you have a follow-up question?
No, it's interesting to hear that it is 638 funded. And miscommunication with me. So I think the last thing I just wanted to bring up was the number of outstanding police reports. And if you either have that number now, or you can quantify and send these, I don't send an OC, I can send an OC last year. But from personal experience, and then with a lot of people that I work with who deal with a lot of different types of cases, but mainly like missing persons cases or sexual assault, domestic violence, issues. The information I get, and then when you go to the courts, you ask like, well, what's the status? Like, why isn't the judge or anything like that? Police report. And it just seems there was some information conveyed to me by a colleague last week that there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of reports. And so that's where, that's secondhand information. That's not something that's identified in writing. So, I want to understand what the situation is right now, because I may try and put forward a legislative concern on this matter. And I include that at budget finance when this comes back before us, or NAVI or something. But that's really concerning to me, because that leads to a lack of prosecutions, and then the clock is ticking on
Statute of limitations.
statute of limitations. I've seen FBI be more effective in my communities in the last few months, and it seems like it led to like arrests and actions. And then the parallel response from the police department has been mixed, and I really want to see now OPB succeed. But I want there to be accountability on these metrics. There's a lot of things. So the internal affairs is one of them. It's always concerning to me because, you hear things, you hear about conduct, but you want to believe that the entity is tasked with keeping you safe. It's always to look at the best interest of the people. So I'll make that request. I guess if I could get a brief answer now and something in writing before the end of the week, I appreciate that.
Would you like to respond to the question?
Yes, thank you, Budget Finance Chair, Vice Chair, members. We talk about accountability. That is something that I can tell you that has been lacking. Unfortunately, what I learned in the time that I've been here is it's a result of the culture. And so when I got here, when we started promoting people, I would hear stories about when somebody is promoted into a position, they put them out into their work area and then they've got to learn on their own. And of course, we had the span of time where we had captains revolving through the chief of police. So we didn't really have, in my opinion, somebody that was in charge. We didn't have people, setting standards. We didn't have people like looking into these issues that you brought up with the pending police reports. And honestly, yes, when we started looking at them, the numbers were shocking. And so we put an emphasis on enforcing, the rule that we've set. The standard is any reports that have an arrest associated with it, or a major crimes act that CI is going to need for their investigation, those need to be done before the officer goes home at night. And at the end of their work week, all of the reports need to be done. Fortunately, having, trying to enforce that has been difficult. And it just leads into other problems that, that is being identified in these meetings where, the question of why are we moving money? Well, it's because we haven't been fiscally responsible. And so now we're making changes so that we can come to you with better answers, with a better police department for the community. And unfortunately, in my 28 years of doing this, one of the first things that I've learned is the hardest thing to change in law enforcement is culture. It's difficult. So, we can go and do a deeper dive with our IMS section and show you what the numbers are. But that's my brief response.
We also have a request just to get the number of cases.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I guess two closing comments. When you do put something in writing, can you also include any plans or conversations that you're having on upgrading IMS, like on the software background and all that, and then working cooperatively with judicial, digitizing records. This has the whole component of the background investigations, but I think more important than that, there's just a lot of information that people expect to be public at this point in this day and age that you get exclusively from the states. There's no reason we can't have that. That's something to me that has a huge impact across the whole navigation. I wouldn't support it as a supplemental appropriations request. Or, I'll be very frank, if we look at the closeout at the end of the year and that criminal investigations, general funds, budget line item is either still 1.3 or only 1.0 million. Because say it's 379,000, you said it was in FY22. If it's 380,000, then we're probably about $1 million still that is going to be unspent out of the CI and plan. And so, that's just a budgeting consideration to say we're being fiscally responsible. It's like, well, if we're fundamentally not going to be able to spend out of this business unit, then how can we support some of these other areas? And if there's ways that this community can be helpful. I know that we were able to get carryover requests for junior districts and other places in the last couple of years to support activity in the team. It's like that drug addiction, grief, and PACE, yeah. And there were some, it seems like things that took place in the communities, and it seems like there's also been some escalation with FBI getting involved, and I assume that there is a lot of coordination with your offices. But you also hear things that really hurt me because I do our navigation employees and police officers so much, and that's why I'm harping on transparency when we're talking about that, because I don't want there to be any question about the integrity of our officers and why certain things are happening not and we can support it. It's done. Chair, any other questions at this time? I just look forward to the report. When and if I have legislative concern, I'll provided to you and to Chair Charleston.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Vice Chair, I'm gonna give the gavel over to you. I have one thing. Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Yes, I'd like to register document a legislative concern for the Department of Public Safety. Proposed budget. The legislative concern is also for the acting division director and the division director to work with all departments under the Department of Public Safety in the development of the next fiscal year budget. FY 24, FY 25. By quarter three. Just to give that report to the law and order committee. To law and order, yes, only. I think it was then when they come before the budget and finance committee, we can work on that legislative concern. But so that the law and order committee can work with the Department of Public Safety and making sure that the development of the Department of Public Safety budget includes all of the department input before it's done. Okay, I got that. Thank you. Oh, sorry, today we have an actual gavel. Yesterday we had a machine gavel. Okay, now that I'm assuming the gavel, but committee members, do we have further questions or comments on the proposed budget? For the recommendation to the budget and finance committee? Stephanie Paul. Paul. All right, okay, Ms. Alpha, can you roll call vote on accepting today's report?
Yes, Madam Chair, roll call vote on accepting the report. Honorable Member Indiana, how do you vote? Honorable Member Indiana, green. Honorable Santana, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Thank you, Honorable Santana, votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Carl Slater, votes green. Honorable Emerson and Scott Connie, how do you vote? Honorable Mauro Asherit is excused. Madam Chair, there's 2 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. 1 member not voting, 1 member excused, 9 not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Thank you, committee members, for taking action on the report provided, and Chair Eugenia Charlton, we look forward to the documents that has.
No, well, we're sorry, Chair. I do want to apologize to the committee. We tried to email it, but it's too big to email. So I believe that if we could be provided maybe the Office of Legislative Services, like the USB stick, we can just transfer it on so that you guys have that budget onto the drive. Otherwise, we will probably have to email.
You broke it for Peggy.
Say again?
Peggy has 4 volumes.
Yeah, send all the budgets to you.
Okay.
So I believe Commander Red Horse had to break it up 100 pages each and then have to send it that way because it was so big.
Thanks. With the transition to 365, I don't know how many of you guys have licenses for that now, but there's fair points. And you could upload them there and go down. I think for the next year, we need to do that. So you just saw over that email and you went down.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Voted on the report today, and for the record. We're going to revisit that.
Yeah. bring up again.
Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. Chair. So we're gonna do revisits tomorrow, and there's a Navi that's for a special council session that proposed for Friday. When are you envisioning the budget finance committee will be meeting to consider the comprehensive budget and then Navi and then the coalition council?
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. So committee members, I'm gonna open up the discussion for scheduling for next week, what days. So that brings us to next week because Mr. Coffee is adopting the budget and we may. Later, thank you for posing that question. According to everyone's schedules here in the Budget and Finance Committee room, next Wednesday at 10 a.m. is the earliest day that the Budget and Finance Committee can consider the comprehensive budget. So this will be August 30th, Wednesday at 10 a.m. And no other questions?
And then you want to stick to starting on the 31st, like,
And then the August 31st is now the State Committee to consider the comprehensive budget. Any other questions?
Yeah, I guess. Was the adjourn, second Norman's question to adjourn?
Second, third.
Delegate Begay, motion to adjourn. Thank you, everyone online. I know you're.